of Agriculture of the University of Bengkulu, Professor Dr. Dwi Wahyuni Ganevianti. The Honorable Keynote Speakers of the Faculty of Agriculture from several countries, the Honorable Professor Iin Purwati Handayani of Murray State University, USA, the Honorable Associate Professor Chakapan Pichaya Pipatkul of Princess Naradhiwas University, Thailand, the Honorable Associate Professor Munib M. Mustafa of Southeastern University, Sri Lanka, the Honorable Associate Professor Raja Ili Irina binti Raja Khalif of University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia, the Honorable Associate Professor Heri Dwi Putranto of University of Bengkulu, Indonesia, the Honorable all the invited speakers, Mr. Taufik Haimat from Princess Naradhiwas University, Thailand, Mr. Sukisno, University of Bengkulu, Indonesia, Dr. Yazid Ismi Intara from University of Bengkulu, Indonesia, Dr. Rahima Wamadisa from Princess Naradhiwas University, Thailand, Dr. Sawadogo Didier from the National Institute for Agricultural Research and Environmental, Burkina Faso, Dr. Arif Chandra Wirawan from Universitas Pajajaran, the Honorable Co-Organizing Universities, Princess Naradhiwas Universities, Prince of Songkla Universities, Yala Rajabhat University, Thailand, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Garmian University, Omar Al-Mukhtar University, Libya, Southeastern University, Sri Lanka, Murray State University, USA, and the University of Bengkulu. First of all, allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Shafa Aisha Putri, and it is a privilege and a great honor for me to be your Master of Ceremony today. Welcome to the second International Undergraduate Conference on Agriculture and Life Sciences, Sunday, September 25th, 2020. Please accept our warm greetings to all of you, especially of those who come from beyond Bengkulu. Before we begin this event, we share with you the rundown of the agenda today. First, the opening. Second, singing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Third, traditional dance. Fourth, invocation. Fifth, welcome speech by Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu. Sixth, Welcome speech by the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Princess Naradhiwas University, Thailand. 7th, welcome speech by Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, University of Malaysia, Kelantan. 8th, welcome speech by Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Garmian University, Iraq. 9th, welcome speech by Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Yala Rajabhat University, Thailand. 11th, the main session, presentation of all the keynote speakers. 12th, parallel session, and lastly, the 13th, closing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. All audience kindly give a salute. Thank you. Moving on, now let's enjoy a traditional welcoming dance called Tari Persembahan, or also known as Sekapur Siri. This dance is a one of Bengkulu's culture to welcome the guest by performing traditional dance, and it consists of 5 dancers. Please enjoy. The next agenda is Al-Quran recitation by M. Fajri Kurniawan. Mr. Kurniawan, please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu ittaqullaha haqqa tuqatihi wa la tamutunna illa wa antum muslimun. Wa'tasimu bihablillahi jami'an wa la tafarraqu wazkuru ni'matallahi 'alaikum iz kuntum a'da'an fa'alafa baina qulubikum fa'asbahtum bini'matihi ihwana wa kuntum ala shafa hufratin minan nari fa'anqazakum minha. Kadzalika yubayyinullahu lakum ayatihi la'allakum tahtadun. Wal takum minkum ummatun yad'una ilal khair wal takum minkum ummatun yad'una ilal khair wa ya'muruna bil ma'ruf wa yanhauna 'anil munkar wa ulaika humul muflihun. ولا تكونوا كالذين تفرقوا واختلفوا من بعد ما جاءهم البينات وأولئك لهم عذاب عظيم. Sadaqallahul azim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll listen to the welcome address from the chair of the IUCA committee, Dr. Nurmelia Sari. Please welcome.
the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Agriculture of University of Bengkulu, Professor Dwi Wahyuni Ganevianti, the Honorable Keynote Speakers, Prof. Iin Purwati Handayani of Murray State University, USA, Associate Professor Pichaya Pipatkun of Princess Naradhiwas University, Thailand, Associate Professor Munib Mustafa of Southeastern University of Sri Lanka, Associate Professor Raja Ili Airina binti University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia, Associate Professor Heri Dwi Putranto of University of Bengkulu, Indonesia. The Honorable all the invited speakers, Mr. Taufik Hayumat of Princess Naradhiwas University, Thailand, Mr. Sukisno of University of Bengkulu, Associate Professor Yazid Ismi Intara of University of Bengkulu, Associate Professor Rahima Wamaidisa of Princess Naradhiwas, Thailand, Associate Professor Sawadogo Didier, National Institute for Agriculture Research, Burkina Faso, and Associate Professor Arif Chandra Wirawan of University of Pajajaran, Bandung, Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nurmelia Sari. I'm a chairperson of the second IUCA 2022. IUCA is an excellent opportunity for undergraduate students to share research topic, advanced technology use, and global issues in agriculture. This event aims to promote multidisciplinary undergraduate research and collaboration at the international level in the field of agriculture and life sciences. And it is also to scale up our students' presentation skills, and it is a great moment to build international networking. This conference is an annual event, and this year Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu is honored to hold the second IUCA. IUCA focuses on 6 fields of interest: animal science and fisheries, soil science and life sciences, food science and technology, plant science and plant protection, social economics of agriculture, and forestry. We have this year 73 participants from 12 universities all over the world. And finally, we express our highest appreciation and gratitude to the organizing universities: Princess Naradhiwas University, Prince of Songkla University, Yala Rajabhat University, the 3 from Thailand, University of Malaysia, Kelantan, Garmian University, Iraq, Omar Al-Mukhtar University, Libya. We have support from Southeastern University, Sri Lanka, Murray State University from United States of America, and of course University of Bengkulu. And lastly, we have National Institute for Agricultural Research, Burkina Faso. We also thank our committee members and other parties who have contributed their thoughts, time, and contribution to this conference. We also hope
Recording in progress.
We also hope that the second IUCA can give benefit and contribution to development of agriculture and life sciences research. Have a great conference to all participants. We invite the co-organizing universities to organize the next IUCA in 2023. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Nurmelia Sari. The next agenda is welcome remarks from the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu, Professor Dwi Wahyuni Ganevianti. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting from Bengkulu. I am Professor Ganevianti, Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu. I would like to welcome everyone to the second IUCA, International Undergraduate Conference on Agriculture and Life Science 2022. The Faculty of Agriculture is honored to have a chance to organize the second IUCA 2022 together with the other co-organizer universities. On behalf of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu, I would like to express our highly appreciation to all of the co-organizing universities because this great event would not be successful without your support. This International Undergraduate Conference is an excellent opportunity for undergraduate students to have international seminar experience, to build international networking and stepping stone for more international achievement. I believe that this seminar will create a fruitful discussion, brilliant idea, beautiful friendship, and will give benefit to all students. I wish you all have a great seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Ganevianti. Carry on, we're going to listen to the welcome speech by Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Princess Naradhiwas University, Thailand, to Dr. Rahima Wamadisa. Time is yours.
On behalf of Faculty of Agriculture, Princess of Naradhiwas University, Thailand, I would like to welcome all participants to Second International Undergraduate Conference on Agriculture and Lifestyle 2022 or IUCA 2022. Last year, Faculty of Agriculture, Princess of Naradhiwas University was a host of the first IUCA, aiming to provide a forum for undergraduate students to discuss and exchange experience and ideas on all aspects of agriculture and lifestyle, and to promote collaboration among international universities. With this purpose, it has brought us a hope to develop regional research and knowledge together and forever. Next, I would like to say congratulations to University of Bengkulu, Indonesia, for your taking part of this conference as a host of second IUCA 2022. I believe that you will gain a valuable experience for this chance as we got last year. Finally, I hope that all participants will receive memorable and fruitful experience as well as great opportunity for broader contribution among universities. Thank you.
Turned out the welcome speech was delivered by Associate Professor Pichaya Pipatko. Moving on, we're going to listen to welcome speech by the Dean of Faculty of Agro-Based Industry, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia, to Dr. Seri Intan binti Mukhtar. Please welcome.
On behalf of Faculty Agro-Based Industry, University Malaysia, Kelantan, I would like to welcome all of you to the second International Undergraduate Conference on Agriculture and Life Sciences. I would like to take this opportunity to thank this year's organizer, University of Bengkulu, Indonesia, and also other co-organizers, Prince Naradhiwas University, Thailand, Southeastern University of Sri Lanka, Yala Rajabhat University, Thailand, Prince of Songkla University, Pattani Campus, University of Garmian, Iraq, Omar Al-Mukhtar University, Libya. I hope everyone will learn a lot from our distinguished keynote speakers from the US, Thailand, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and Malaysia. This online conference aims at promoting multidisciplinary undergraduate research and collaboration at international level in the field of agriculture and life sciences, such as agribusiness, precision farming, food sciences and technology, and a lot more. Have a good conference to all of undergraduates and their supervisors. Enjoy presenting among your peers and experts and learn from the experience for your future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Seri Intan. Moving on, we are going to listen to welcome speech by the Dean of Agricultural Engineering Sciences, Garmian University, Iraq. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Khalil.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the President of the University of Garmian, Kurdistan region of Iraq, and as the Dean of the College of Agriculture, Engineering Sciences in the University, welcome to this great scientific event. This conference will allow undergraduate students to share their idea, work, and skills with the other scientific community and other peoples worldwide. So it's important to encourage and appreciate their work. As we all know that the world is under the global warming threat, and that affects all life aspects. Agriculture is one of that aspects. So their idea, the undergraduate students' ideas, their power of thinking, allow to minimize or will help to minimize the effects of the global warming. So it's important to encourage them to explore their hidden power. At the end, I want to thank the University of Bengkulu to inviting us to be as co-organizer in this great event. Thank you very much for all of you, and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Khalil. And the last welcome speech by Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Yala Rajabhat University, Thailand, to Professor Dr. Lila Abdul Yassas. Please welcome.
Greeting from Yala Rajabhat University, Thailand. On behalf of the Faculty of Science, Technology and Agriculture, Yala Rajabhat University, as a partner and co-organizer of the Second International Undergraduate Conference on Agriculture and Life Science, or IUCA 2022, under the theme of Agriculture and Life Science for Sustainable Development, which will be held virtually on 25th September 2022. First, I would like to welcome all participants who attend the conference at the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu, Indonesia. It is my great pleasure to support this conference because in southernmost provinces, Thailand, agriculture is very competitive, diverse, and its exports are internationally, such as rice, rubber, fruit, and meat. This is why agriculture in Thailand become a major part of the development of the country and give many jobs and opportunities for Thai people, which has impact on Thailand's economic growth. Thailand still be agricultural society due to our country has well natural resources from diverse crop of farming. So this is the chance for everyone to develop agriculture by integrating the new and effective knowledge to replace the traditional farming methods for enhancing agriculture for sustainability. So this conference is the opportunity for the undergraduate students and educators to come and share your knowledge and looking for the best practice in developing agriculture in our country. Last but not least, I would like to thank the host, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu, Indonesia, and all co-organizer universities for being in our journey together for supporting the undergraduate students in our university, and hope this conference will bring a fruitful knowledge to all students and educators who attend the conference this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Associate Professor Naradhiwas. The next agenda is an invocation. The prayer will be recited in the Islamic invocation. The prayer will be led by M. Fajri Kurniawan. To M. Fajri Kurniawan, please welcome.
Allahumma inni a'udzubika min azabatil qabr. La ilaha illa anta. Allahumma laka aslamtu wa bika amantu wa alayka tawakkaltu wa ila alayka anabtu wa bika hasamtu wa ilayka hakamtu faghfirli ma qadamtu wa ma ka ahartu wa ma asrartu wa ma alantu wa anta alamtu biminni Antal muqaddimu wa antal muakhiru la ila anta. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa in lam taghfir lana wa tarhamna la kunna minal khasirin. Rabbana wa la tahmil alaina isran kama hamaltahu ala alladhina min qablina. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just finished the opening session of the event. Now we are going to begin the main session. In this session, we will be presenting 5 keynote speakers, and it will be divided into 2 parts. The first part will be moderated by Dr. Agustin Zarkani, and the second part by Ms. Anissa Nurul Suci. So we would like to invite Dr. Agustin Zarkani to lead the main session shortly. Before that, please watch a nice video. Enjoy watching.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It is great honor for me to be a moderator for the first section in the keynote speaker. And here with us we have two eminent keynote speakers. And I think it's a great time for us also to share and to increase our knowledge together in the second international undergraduate students on agriculture and life science. Dear participants, we have the limited time, so we have to start now. And here we will keep great to the Professor In. Good night, Professor In. Can you hear me? My sound is audible for you?
Yes. Good night. How about my voice? Is that sounds
clear.
okay?
It's clear. Thank you, Professor In. We are so happy being with you today. And actually, it's not really. We already meet you in the Psalms, the tutorial, and also from the YouTube channel. So Professor In is the lecturer in the Murray State University, but he is also the motivators. It's right, Professor In?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, but today we will be combined between the knowledge and motivators. So we can meet the section with Professor In. It's talking about how to build the research forming agriculturists of tomorrow. And the second one, we also invite the honorable speakers from the Thailand's Princess of Naradhiwas University, Associate Professor Jakapan Pichaya Pipatkul. And yeah, he is here with us. Good morning, Professor Jakapan.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Your internet connection, I think, is good and clear. It looks like our feeling today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, Professor Jakapan will share the information, the knowledge about the impact of the climate change on the livestock production. So, two of the topic today is really amazing, I think. So, keep your speakers, keep your times with you, and we have to give the chance to our keynote speakers. So, Professor In, it's your turn first. We give you the times, and after that, we give time for the Professor Jakapan, and Q&A will be the ends. So, we will remind you if the time is off. Okay, participants.
Can I share the screen?
Yes, we will give you the share screens, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor In. Now, time is yours.
You're welcome. Does that look okay?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. So, well, in here is in the night in United States, Central Time. It is an honor for me to be here, and thank you for the committee for inviting me. And it's such a pleasure, and I'm really glad I meet you. And there are about, well, it's 140 people, 140 audience, and then and I saw there are like more than 70 abstracts. So it's a wonderful conference, and I'm really happy to see how young generation would like to meet, even though everyone stay in their place, but we can meet in this conference. So today I would like to share my presentation on forming agriculturists of tomorrow, which is for you and for us. And hopefully undergraduate research will build for the future in agriculture industry. And I'm a professor at Murray State University, Kentucky, United States. As you know, that agriculture is number one and still number one of field of study in the world because everyone needs food. So that's why we are lucky we are in agriculture. However, today science is still in question, from climate change to vaccination. But remember, even today, our agriculturists stand on science on the basis of decision making, both in the lab and in the field. And as students, it is important for all of you to practice the scientific methods, learn to develop hypotheses, design experiment, test the hypothesis, and did experiments properly. And then this scientific foundation will give you confidence to give recommendation for the farmers and other land management and also public. Unfortunately, when we kind of, as a scientist and undergraduate student who do research, is kind of, you cannot just stop in this conference. You cannot just stop after writing thesis. You cannot just stop after writing laboratory report or together with your advisor putting your research in the scientific journal. No, you cannot stop there for this kind of 21st century of agriculture, because you have to transform your research into the language that can be understood by common people or by layperson. And remember, we have one goal: crop production, sustainability, and maybe try to mitigate global warming. But we need to communicate in the common language that they can understand, we can understand. And still, it doesn't mean that only the non-scientific article is important, but the scientific method is really, really important as the base, because it provides the language and the culture that in general we know each other. You know, I know, especially in academia. And this will kind of release the new knowledge in agriculture especially. And then all the recommendation from agriculture actually is not just based on our experiment, but also based on the peer review. Because as you know, your professor, your teacher in the university, and your instructor, your lecturer, kind of have to publish paper scientifically. And then the scientific process that you did with your advisor actually is kind of, usually is very precise and unbiased. Unfortunately, is still limited science communication that is written by agriculturists. So what are the challenges in agriculture industry actually? Well, of course, we don't have enough time to present all of the challenges that, that kind of happen to us or we face. But I like to share with you some of them. So the first one is human population. Everyone know in the world that we will face in 2050 around 10 billion people. All of them need food. So we need to provide food for everyone, not just for our country, but also other country. Especially United States, they have motto that they like to feed the world. And then number two, the challenge is global climate change. And you can see here in general that all countries in the world continent they are facing global climate change. And then the red one is kind of the one that the worst one. And then the orange one is kind of in between, in medium. So you can see like in Southeast Asia is kind of orange, some are red. So you can see the level of the impact of global climate change. And as you know, when we talk about global climate change in general, because the second speaker, I guess, will talk about this one more. So I'm just like to give you introduction a little bit that it causes extreme weather condition. Therefore, the air temperature during the summer, well, if you have 4 seasons, but if not 4 seasons, during the dry season is really crazy. It causes drought, lack of water, and high concentration of CO2, which is not good. And then also it will create kind of yield variability more than 25%, and also the yield is unpredictable, and then also cause a lot of disease or pests and cause lower nutritional level, especially on grains. And I live in the area of corn, soybean, wheat. So we had that problem because of the global climate change. And you can see here, even the soil becomes so bad physically and chemically. And this one is a lot of dryness and salt because of the irrigation problems here. And then challenges number 3 is crop and food demand. You know from previous graph that we face human population increase in 2050 up to 10 billion people. And of course, we have to provide food. So if we are in agriculture, we have that burden like, oh my God, we have to increase that 60% of food. But corn, we need 67%. And then for wheat, only 38%. So it's variable, but in general, how can we increase that 60% while our land is very limited or even not enough for agricultural production? And then not just the grain crop or the staple food, but non-staple food such as vegetable, and then, meat, dairy product, eggs, we need that more also. And then right now with the inflation, the increase of price, oh my goodness, it's just getting worse. And then natural resources. Our natural resources is not like long time ago anymore. If you eat carrots right now compared to maybe in 1970 carrots, the level of nutrition in the carrot is not the same. It's less right now. And then we have to grow food or crops with 40% less of water supply. So we have to conserve our water. In addition, worldwide land degradation. The highest land degradation happen due to overgrazing, and usually it's very, very bad in Africa. And then after that, we have deforestation like in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and also Europe. Deforestation is still big one, cause land degradation. And then the last one, because of overcultivation. Well, it depends on the countries and depend on the method of farming over there. But here we face 2 limited natural resources, but we need to produce more food. And then here you can see that how is different type of soil degradation types. And the big ones in the world, you can see the brown one is due to the water erosion, include Indonesia and other Southeast Asian country. And then wind erosion, and then the big one is physical degradation. So you can see that all of the continents, all the countries in the world face this kind of soil degradation. So we have to make sure that our soil degradation is not more and more. We have to kind of restore them or try to make it better with different innovation and technology. And then challenges number 5 is limited land for agriculture. Young generation start new life, would like to move to the urban area, so we call urbanization here. So you can see here in United States, is kind of almost 80% of the people would like or live in 2020 in urban area. And then in Asia, 51% in 2020 would like to live in urban area. And then in Europe, 75% would like to live in urban area. So can you imagine that this urbanization costs less number of land for agriculture. So most people would like to move to urban area, especially young generation. So what are the solutions? Well, we are researchers. Everyone submitted the abstract for this conference. So it's mean all of you really did the research well. Okay, so you have ideas and then you kind of put together your ideas in a piece of paper or in your computer or in your cell phone, and then you did the research. So I would like to kind of just summarize different kind of research, like topic related to agriculture. So the solution that related to agriculture, the first one that I like to address is the power of biotechnology. Whether you like it or not like it, biotechnology help us to improve crop production. Okay, but related to sustainability is still in debate. Okay, it depends on what kind of crops, and you can see here in the screen that so far biotech crops improve the crop productivity and also make it better environment because less chemical use, and also help alleviate poverty and hunger and conserve biodiversity, even though this is not absolutely 100% correct, okay, and also help to increase carbon sequestration. So this is interesting, but we need still to continue monitor the impact of biotechnology in our agriculture. Okay, and then these are the example of, the biotechnology programs long time ago. So we have BT cotton, golden rice, you already different, it's hard to say, fluff surf tomato, and GM potato, and GM maize. And then you can see here the research from United States between 1996 to 2011, the crop biotechnology has responsible for an increase in cotton lint about 16 million, and then increase in corn about 195 million metric tons, and then soybean production about 110 million. So you can see here so far in United States, because according to the statistic, United States is like one country that use a lot of GMO, and I think one of the people who need soybean and corn coming from Indonesia, because Indonesian people would like to eat tempeh, tofu, which is from soybean. So soybeans from United States, according to my research a long time ago, that people in Indonesia would like to use soybeans from United States. And then you can see here the area that we grow biotech crop increase from 1.7 to 190 million hectare since 1996 to 2019. And then you can see, just for illustration, how the biotechnology improve in animal, or livestock quality and quantity. And the second one is the power of soil conservation. So if you are in agronomy, you are in soil science, or you took that soil science, you learn about soil conservation. And then in soil conservation program, you are familiar with different farming methods like strip cropping, terracing, windbreak, no-till planting, minimum tillage, cover crops. In conclusion, different farming system in different countries has their own their own level how to adjust the conservation level. So in United States compared to, for example, in Indonesia or Southeast Asian countries, depend on what kind of mechanization they use, and there are different standards, even though we know the kind of exactly standard. For example, for book density, we don't want to have soil compaction more than 300 psi, or our plants will die, okay? Or we don't want to have book density more than 1.5 gram per centimeter cube, because it's just ugly in terms of physical condition. So that's the example how the power of soil conservation. And then research proved that soil conservation practice, depend on what kind of the practices, will improve the soil productive, like less soil erosion, less nutrient runoff, less water lodging, good infiltration, not causing acidification, and then also, of course, has good organic matter content. And then some of you from forestry, agronomy, soil science, or maybe, if you learn about grassland, okay, or pasture land, then you may be familiar with the power of soil restoration. In this case, the philosophy of soil restoration is to make the soil more fertile by using different kind of inputs. Can be plants, trees, or grasses, or any vegetation that you think will provide a good root biomass, and also the input from organic matter, like compost or manure. And you can see here that by using different kind of vegetation, it will improve soil fertility depend on the volume of roots, and then also improve carbon sequestration, nitrogen conservation, and also phosphorus availability. And of course, we like to make sure that soil organic matter is kind of close to 5%. And then the solution next is the power of regenerative agriculture. This one is kind of traditional agricultural system. It's just new term, or sometimes people call sustainable agricultural practices. The philosophy of this kind of regenerative agriculture is always maintain soil cover. It means make sure your land is not empty. It always has green things, vegetation. And also try to make sure the land has living roots, because remember, living roots has biota, good biota, microorganisms. So make your topsoil active biologically, and then also minimize the soil disturbance, like try to not using plowing all the time because it's not good, and then improve biodiversity, like we try to have the microorganism or fungi, bacteria that kind of positive instead of the one that bad ones. And then also we try to integrate livestock, because multi agricultural practice is always good to integrate livestock, especially not just in developing country, but also in advanced country. And then the regenerative agriculture actually would like to always have healthy soil. Remember, no healthy food without healthy soil. No healthy plants without healthy soil. So if you are studying about phytopathology or entomology, make sure you check your soil also when you do your research, in case your soil is sick, okay? So not just people get sick, but soil can be sick too, okay? So make sure you know the indicator of unhealthy soil or healthy soil. And in this case, I just to summarize, that has to be physically, chemically, biologically healthy, just like us, okay? Physically, we can be healthy, but maybe inside is broken heart, so that is sick, okay? So it means it's not healthy. So it has to be inside, outside, the soil is great. So for example, have a good soil organic matter, good soil structure, good soil infiltration, and then also have a good soil aggregation, a good soil pH. It means the pH is matching with the plants, okay? And also provide a good nutrient cycling, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and improve the availability of major nutrients especially. And then the last one, but not the least, okay, is the power of smart agriculture. Well, this one is kind of hard for small farming system because it's not cheap. And also right now it's kind of in developing country, it's just beginning, even though in United States already for a while, and then in United States, because we don't have enough laborers, so almost all farmers, big farmers, okay, use this kind of technology. When I say big farmers, it's kind of, you know, in America, 500 hectares is considered small farmers, okay? So in my place here, in Kentucky, you know, like 95% of farmers using this method. And this one is kind of more technology, and you, Generation Z, is kind of very good in technology. I think you will love this one. And remember, I hope that you learn about smart agriculture, because when you finish your degree, you need this knowledge to have the job, because almost all agricultural companies, industry, the big one, kind of integrate this methods or this practice, and you will love it because it's kind of everything there and related to technology. And then what is the basic of smart agriculture? That's what we call precision agriculture. And I hope that in all of you, your university, you have this course, okay? Because this one is kind of the key of sustainable agriculture, because we don't want to create pollution from our farm. And also we have to teach farmers that we need to use pesticide, if they use pesticide or herbicide or fertilizer, like properly, not less, not more than enough. So it will not kind of create pollution in the water system. And then also try to make sure also if you have livestock farming with enough number of livestock, you also need to have this kind of technology. And this is just the example or the illustration of future farms, small and smart. But remember, the definition of small in different country is different. So we have to kind of go deeper, not just like what small is small. Okay, now what is the problem? Because everything's look good. We have problems and then we have solution. Well, the problem is us. Okay, us, you and me, you and all of us in academia. You know, we only communicate with our group, like this conference, only our group, no one else, okay? And then this is like our present, and this is, the information is only like deep between us, among us, and your research is just kept by us, okay? Cannot go out, and we need to help humanity. We need to help other people to get advantages of our research. So you need to have that communication to make sure that they, the layperson or the common people, kind of understand your work. And then if you have that one, then you can have action plan. Because if you have solution but you don't have action plan, it's nothing. Okay? And here the responsibility of saving the world is not just the responsibility of agriculturists or scientists. So how can agriculturists share or explain that information easily to the public? Because here, you know the research, okay? Because you explain, but, and then whoever listening to you, they just lost because they don't know, because maybe it just, you use jargon that is really, really particular in your field. Okay, so now remember, when you do research, okay, you always thinking like, is it, this is science for people, or science for science and then for humanity or people. Remember, at the end of the day, you need to help, we need to help people, the humanity, so we can change the world to be better. Okay, so in this case, remember, to save the world, to save our earth, the responsibility not just to us, okay? But we don't have power to have the action plan unless our research is useful or beneficial to humanity. So we need connection between agriculture industry and the public who will need the help from agriculture industry. And the message based on research has to get across to the public in the simple way. And then remember, please do not stop your research or your work just after the conference. You just stop. Oh, I already present my paper, done. Or, and then you just kind of keep writing or keep just focus on, of course you can focus, but you have to have kind of share your mind and time to share your research for lay person. And then also not just stop, oh, I already published 3 papers in scientific journal this year and then done. No, remember, your help is needed for humanity, for people in the world. Okay, they need your expertise. Okay, so you have to transfer that expertise into the common language that they understand, for farmers and also for common people, for layperson. Remember, sometimes people think that people in the university or the academia, they just too far away because they have different kind things that they talk about is too high for the layperson. And then how to translate your research through effective science communication. I like to share with you. Actually, what I did is my style of researcher, not the public for today. Remember, I have background, I have supporting detail, and then I will have result after this. So I'm still using the researcher style. And you can see, as a researcher, I can say like, oh, this is apple, a good apple, but when the public listen to me, in their mind is grapes, okay? So it's not good. So it means there is a missing thing between scientists or agriculturists and the layperson. And then remember, our end as a scientist is not just when we communicate our paper or our presentation in the scientific world, but we have to get out from the bubble that we have to share that for the public. Okay, so remember this, science communication is central to science that benefits to the society. So whatever we do to do research is not for money, is not for grants, is not for recognition. It has to be for people, to help people. So you have to find out how your idea and then become kind of a research and then become findings, and that findings will help other people that need your help, which is in this case is farmers, okay, or environmentalists, or ranchers, okay. And then, unfortunately, our training, including me, okay, my students here, everywhere in the world, not just in Asia, but in Europe, in Australia, in USA, most of our communication is just kind of lab report, and then peer review publication, thesis, dissertation, scientific presentation, and then we think that, oh, it's done, I already, share or give implementation to my research. No, because we need to share what we have scientifically to non-scientifically. So you can see in the right side that you have to change the way you write, not background first, but you have to what is the problem, the detail first, and then later on you give the supporting details. Okay, and then how to begin translating your research? Well, first you have to shift the order what is communicated. You cannot tell all because not all people understand what you did. So you have to a little bit slowing down little by little. Okay, you have to know who the audience, what is the purpose, the format. So if you write for scientific presentation or for scientific paper, it will be different if you write for newspaper, okay, or blog. So you have to learn how to transfer or translate that research. Second, discover who is already talking and what is missing. So my experience is you have to read, for example, talking about global climate change, and then for example, in Asia. So what is the missing thing that people do not talk about? Then you talk about that one, okay? And you can see, this is just example of, different blog, if you like to write it down about soil or sustainable agriculture, this is the blog that you can see what is the missing point in that article, and then you write it down. And be bold and believe that you have value, okay? So you know your audience and try to prioritize and be relatable to your audience. It's kind of you are talking to a friend that, hey friends, I have this research, it's wonderful, I would like to share with you, but make sure it's using familiar language. And don't forget, you young generation, using photograph, your cell phone, and then the photograph will make your article alive or your podcast alive, and then picture represent 1,000 words. So you don't have to write a lot of, just like when you create short video, in YouTube or maybe TikTok, okay? You just posting the words, okay? Or pictures and then little words. And then now, that's my conclusion. start now. Time for action, action plan, okay? So you are the best generation in the world, Generation Z, which is very friendly and very, kind of adaptive to different technology. So you can use different kind of platform, it doesn't have to be kind of work hard because it's in front of you. And then you can see here, right now today we have 140 people. You can connect each other, you and me, even though you are there, in your country, in your bedroom right now, you don't even come out from your bed, you already know the news or the problems in different country. For example, I'm in United States, but I like Sri Lanka, culture, and I like to know what kind of places, beautiful place in Sri Lanka or in Libya. So I can just go to my computer, internet, and then check it out without thinking I have to go out. Okay, so it's good. So this is a good place to brand yourself. Okay, and then look at that here in the world. You are global citizen. You don't even have to come out from your kitchen. You can be everywhere in the world. And you are a wonderful generation. So you know the things that you like to talk about, and you have a lot of resources, not just from your teacher or your professor or your friends, but you can have anything you want as resources to help you to transfer your research to the public. And you are your own brand. And and I would like you to market yourself, not just marketing, I have Facebook, I have Instagram, which is about you, but your profile, but what you do, what you did, and what do you plan to do. So promote yourself. So everyone over there will kind of, I think this is a good one. So let me ask to work in my company. Okay, we never know the power of the platform, the power of the internet connection. You never know, okay? So, thank you for your attention, and I would like to entertain your question later on.
Thank you very much, Professor In, and give applause for Dr. In. It is, I think it's very short, but it's full of the powers, the slides, and we enjoy a lot your presentation, Professor In, and I write so many notes in here, and I think my students, also all the participants, have so many questions. No worries, because we have still times enough for many questions later, and participants, we have to wait until the second keynote speakers. So keep your question in the Zoom's chatting, or maybe you can give the question directly by raise your hands emoticon in the Zooms. Okay? Okay. Thank you, Professor In. Please wait for 30 minutes later, after Professor Jakapan's give the speech for the next topics.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor In. Professor Jakapan, are you still here?
I am here.
Okay, thank you. Professor Jakapan will give the speech, the lecture about the impact of the climate change on the livestock productions. I think it's very related to the first keynote speakers that give us so many challenges, I think. So how to adapt, how to imply, how to use the many problems to be the many opportunities. Change the problem to be the good change. Okay, we will wait for you, Professor Jakapan's. Times for you is 30 minutes.
Yes, please enjoy listening, right?
Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Assistant Professor Dr. Chakapan Pipatkun from the Faculty of Agriculture, Princess of Naradhiwas University. Welcome to the second International Undergraduate Conference on Agriculture and Right Science. And I would like to thank you, the organizer of this conference, for inviting me to the keynote speaker. Today, I am going to present in the topic of the impacts of the climate change on the livestock production. An overview of the climate change on the livestock production. At the present, human population is expected to increase from 7.2 to 9.6 billion by 2050, as shown in this figure. Furthermore, the demand for the agriculture production will increase by about 70% in the same period, as shown in this figure. The livestock production, it provides 17% of the global kilocalorie consumption and the 33% global proteins consumption. Besides, there is growth demand for the livestock production, and its rapid growth in the development country has been linked to the livestock revolution, including meat production and the milk production, as shown in the figure. The climate change are primarily due to an increase in the temperature and atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration, precipitation variation, and a combination of these factors. The figure shows the emission of the greenhouse gas by sector, such as electricity, heat, transportation, and the water, as well as the livestock production. It impacts on the increase in the global average surface temperature by 2100, which is between 0.3 degrees Celsius and 4.8 degrees Celsius, as shown in this figure. The impact of the climate change on the livestock production will affect us from the global warming and the climate change due to the increase of the carbon dioxide, increase of the temperature, and precipitation of the variation. Therefore, the main point of the issue in the presentation today is the challenge is to maintain of the balance between the productivity, household food security affected by the climate change. Besides, there is still limited research regarding the impacts of the climate change on the livestock production. Therefore, the objective of representation today is to address in the impacts of the climate change on the livestock production. The topic outline of this representation today is the impacts of the climate change on the quantity and the quality of the fish, the water, livestock disease, instead biodiversity, and the food security. First, we will talking about the impact of the climate change on the quantity and the quality of the fish. It has been reported increase of the carbon dioxide concentration will result in the greater effects on the city plants and rise on the grain yields. It will be positive due to the induced partial closure of the stoma, reducing transpiration and improve some plants' water use efficiency, as shown in this figure. Furthermore, the increase of the carbon dioxide concentration will be the result in the C4 species and are found the warm environment and have higher water use efficiency than C3 plants. Temperature increase to 30 to 35 Celsius could increase herbivores with larger effects on the C4 species, as shown in this figure. Besides, in the change of the temperature and the carbon dioxide level will be affects the composition of the pasture by altering the species competition dynamics due to the change of the optimal growth rate. The primary of the productivity in the pasture may be the increase due to change in the species composition if temperature, precipitation, and the occurrent nitrogen deposition increase, as shown in this figure. The temperature increase may be increase the lignin and the cell wall composition in plant. It affects to the reduced digestibility and the degradation rate, and leading to the decrease in the nutrients availability of livestock, as well as the chain leaf growth rate and the decreased total yields. Move to the talking about the impact of the climate change on the water. The global agriculture uses 20% of the freshwater resource. Besides, where 64% of the world population may be live under water stateful condition by 2025. The livestock sector accounts for about 8% of global human water use, and increase in the temperature may be the increased animal water consumption by a factor of 2 to 3. Therefore, to address this issue, there is a need to produce crop and less animal in the livestock system that demand less water or in the location with the water abundance. As sea levels, more salt water will be introduced into the coastal freshwater aquifer. It adds to the chemical and the biological contaminants and the high concentration of the heavy metal, and it may influence livestock production, such as metabolism, fertility, digestion, and respiratory system, as well as impair hygienic quality of the population. A list of the research related to the implication for the reduced water availability of the land-based livestock system due to the climate change. Therefore, it is important to consider water availability and the appropriate mitigation strategy in the context of the sustainable livestock production. Let's move to the talking about the impacts of the climate change on the livestock disease. The animal health can be affected by directly or indirectly by climate change, especially rising temperature. The indirect effects are related to the impacts of the climate change on the microbial community, spreading of the vector-borne disease, food-borne disease, host resistance, and fish and water scarcity, as shown in this figure. The temperature increase could accelerate of the growth pathogen or parasites that rise past of their effect of life cycle outside in their host, which negatively affects livestock. Besides, the climate change may induce shift in the disease spreading outbreaks of the surf disease, or even introduce new diseases which may affect livestock that are not usually exposed to that types of disease. Furthermore, high probability that emergence of the new disease may act to a mixing vessel between the human and the livestock, facilitating combination of the new genetic material and their transmission stability. This makes it difficult to estimate actual disease risks because of the dependence of the disease on the animal exposure and the interaction factor. Let's move to the talking about the impacts of the climate change on the heat state. We know all animals are thermal comfort zones, which is the range of the ambient environment temperature that are beneficial to the physiological function. However, when the temperature increases more than the upper critical temperature of the range, the animal being to the suffer heat state, as shown in the figure. The animal extermination heat state result in the reduced fish intakes, increased water intake, and the altered physiological functions such as reproductive and reproductive efficiency and the change of the respiration rate, as shown in this figure. Besides, it has been reported that livestock in higher latitude will be more affected by the increase of the temperature than the livestock located in the lower latitudes, because livestock in lower latitude are usually better adapted to the high temperature and the drought. The heat state may the impact on the livestock can be categorized into the feed, nutrients utilization, feed intakes, animal production, reproduction, health, and mortality. Let's move to the talking about the heat state on the feed, nutrient utilization, and the feed intakes. It fails to the meet in the dietary need of the cattle during heat state effect on metabolic and the digestive function. Besides, the sodium and the potassium deficiency under heat state may induce metabolic acidosis in the dairy cattle, increase respiration rates. The impacts of the heat state on the animal production. The livestock industry have the annual economic loss between 1.69 and 2.36 billion US dollar due to the heat state, which of 20% occur in the dairy industry. Besides the heat state on the coast meal, it had been reduction mechanism, reduce water loss in the urines, and the favor of meals production with the limited water resource. Furthermore, in the case of the meat production, beef cattle, which high weight, drink coarse, and the darker color are more vulnerable to the warming. Global warming may reduce body size, carcass weight, and the fat thickness in the ruminant, as shown in this figure. The heat state on the reproduction efficiency of both livestock section may be affected by the heat state. It affects oocycles and the quality, impairments of the embryo development and the pregnancy rate, fertilization, lower sperm concentration and the quality in the blue pigs and the protein. The impacts of the heat state on health. The prolonged high temperature may affect on the metabolic rates, endocrine status, oxidative states, glucose, proteins and lipids metabolism, life functionality, non-essential fatty acids, cellular production, and severely bicarbonate contents, as shown in the figure. Let's move to talking about the climate change on animal mortality. The warm and the humid condition that create heat state can affect livestock mortality. It has been reported that increase the temperature between 1 to 5 Celsius might induce high mortality in the grazing cattle. Besides, as a mitigation measure, they recommend the sprinkler chase or the similar management practice to the cool in the animal with the greater knowledge related to the nutritional and the metabolism processing of the livestock management practice could be adapted to the increase the animal performance. Let's talking about the climate change on biodiversity. At the present, population that are decreasing in the genetics biodiversity are at risk. And one of the largest drivers of this biodiversity loss in the climate change. Besides, the climate change may be eliminated 15% to 37% of all species of the animal in the world. The Intergovernmental Panel on the Climate Change, which assessment report state that an increase 2 to 3 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level may be the results in the 20 to 30% of biodiversity loss of the plants and animal. By 20,000, the 16% of the livestock beasts, as the water buffalo, cattle, goats, pig, and sheep, and horse, were lost. In addition, the FAO has stated that from the 7,616 livestock breeds reported, 20% were at risk, and almost one beast per month was being extinguished. Besides, cattle has the highest number of extinct breeds of all species evaluated. The livestock species that has the highest percentage of risk of the breed eliminated were chicken, pigs, and cattle. It has been reported that this biodiversity loss is mainly because of the practice use of the livestock production and emphasis yield and economic return and marginalization of the traditional production system, where the other considerations are also important. The livestock and the plants will be the high effect by the climate change and the biodiversity loss. This breed and the species cannot be repeated naturally. Therefore, future work that they study the inherent genetics capability of the different breeds and they identify those that can be better adapted to the climate change is vital. Let's talking about the impact of the climate change on food security. It has been reported about 842 billion people went hungry between 2011 to 2013, not receive enough food to maintain the active and health rights. Livestock contribute greater to the food security because first, they are supply of the global calorie, proteins, and essential micronutrients. The second, they are produced in areas that have the difficult growing crop. The third, most of the feed of the livestock is not appropriate for the human consumption. And the finally is they provide mammoths for the crop production. The concerns that the livestock production is detrimental to the food security. First, the use of the grain of the fish in the livestock production is a worldwide concern because they are the produce for the animal feed and not for the animal consumption. And the second, the climate change, mostly we are in an increase in the temperature, may decrease intake and the digestible nutrients. Therefore, the livestock production may be decreased through the decreasing forest quality and the quantity or by reducing animal feed intake. The third, the climate change, also the effect of the nutritional contents of the livestock production because it potentially increase the pathogen and disease in their foods and effects on the animal themselves. As a new pathogen and disease emergence also spread, pesticides and the veterinary medicine use will be changed. Consequently, change the principal transfer processing of environmental contaminant to the foods, as shown in this figure. The sustainable livestock production needs more research, attention, and demonstration. Livestock are important contributors for the food security, but it is important to maintain an efficient conservation of the natural resource to the human food and the sustain natural food balance. So, in the presentation in the topic of the climate change on the livestock production today can conclude that the climate change affects on the livestock production in the sector of the impact of the growth, impact on the milk and meat production, impact on the reproduction, as well as its impact on the fisher, fish, water availability, and disease occurring as shown in this figure. The climate change will affect on the livestock production and consequently food security. Livestock production will be negative impacts, especially in arid and semi-arid region. Climate change adaptation, mitigation practice, and the policy frameworks are critical to protect livestock production. Besides, diversification of the livestock animal, use different crop variety, and the shifting to the mixed crop livestock system seem to be the most promising adaptation measure. Furthermore, the diversity, animal and crop variety, the tolerance to the climate variability, and to the disease and the pest outbreak will be improved. Thank you for your attention. If here any question, I will be pleased to answer them. Thank you.
So it's also the good and the great topics. Everyone's agree. No farmers, no futures. But the farmers need the water. So the climate change is can be the big problem and the main problem for the next, I think. So participants, we have to go to the Q&A sections and the list of the chatting Zooms. We have so many questions here, but we still give the chance for the participant who want to ask directly to the keynote speakers. Please raise your hands and we can open your microphone here. So meanwhile we waiting for the participants. Oh, there are so many here. 1, 2 participants. So we please open the microphone to the Joyce. 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 Please unmute.
Okay, thank you, moderator.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Joyce from Animal Science Department, University of Bengkulu. I have a question for Mr. Jakapan. What do you think about the impact of climate change? Give more impact on poultry rather than on meat cattle. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we collect for the 3 questions first, and we give the chance for the next to the Erma Ide Elismawati. Please open your microphone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Erma from Animal Science Department, University of Bengkulu. I have a question for Mrs. Iin Handayani. Please give us more examples about integrated farming in USA, because in Indonesia we integrate the cattle with palm oil plantations. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Erma. And now for the next, we give to the Jeffrey Susanto, please. It's time for you. Jeffrey, is still unmute. Please give the permission to the Jeffrey. Okay, it's now open.
Okay, thank you for the chance.
Can you open your camera as well?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
let me.
Yes, please. We can hear you here.
Yeah. I have in your opinion, Mr. Jakavan, what steps should be taken by breeders and farmers to deal with this problem?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah. In your opinion, Mr. Jakavan, what steps should be taken by breeders and farmers to deal with this problem?
Okay, the steps. Okay, thank you very much. So we have the question for in this one section in key A. So we give chance first for the Professor In to answer the question and also give the opinion for the.
Okay, thank you. I think my question is from Emma, right?
Yes, from Emma.
Okay, thank you, Emma. So your question is the example of integrated farming system in United States. Yeah, actually it's different compared to Indonesia, because in America we don't have oil palm plantation. So people here, like my student, 95% of my students are farmers, like young farmers, because United States give a good support, financial support for young farmers in United States. So they are proud if they are farmers. Okay, and then usually they use integrated farming system like corn, soybeans, and then pasture and cattle or cows, or sometimes they have ducks, sometimes they have a chicken. So, but mostly it's grain crop production. So corn, soybean, wheat during the winter. So we don't have like oil palm or rubber trees. Yeah. So mostly it's kind of short-term crops. Yeah.
Yes, Professor In. So there are so many countries have the different maybe technology, but it doesn't matter is they cannot be the good one in the other sectors, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in Indonesia we have so many palm oil, but other countries no. So in this case we can increase the technology in our sectors, right?
Yes.
So this is the clue, the answer from the Professor In. So don't worry, because every countries have different technology and also have different products. So we can focus on our products, right?
Yes, because remember why oil palm plantation is good in Indonesia, because the climate is also supported the growth of oil palm. But in America, it's not. So, like America is selling corn and soybean and wheat to other country. Even Indonesia like to buy soybeans from United States because it's big, big and good and clean. Yeah. And also the corn is the same thing. So in my area here, actually we focus the farmers on that kind of crops. So if we need something like from oil palm product, we just buy from Indonesia, because we know that Indonesia has oil palm products a lot, and then we use for anything here. So you are right that we just have to focus what we have, and then we make it better what we have, and then this is our selling point.
Yes, right. So Emma, it is the answer, and I think you can take many techniques for yourself to increase our agriculture in our country. Yeah. So we with your contribution, especially in the students section level in university. Okay, we have two other question for Professor Jakapan. It's from Joyce and Jeffrey. Can you get the point, please? Jeffrey asked the steps. How about the step? When the climate change impacts so many farmers, especially for the livestock activity, so how the steps will be imply or apply to the farmers? Professor Jakarta?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah.
Are you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, exactly. At the present of the climate change, the main problem of the impact of the climate change, right? The farmer is directly for the impact of the climate change, right? We now we have the many way for the apply for the farmer, right? And the first, I think that the livestock production is the main consistent of the animal feed, something like that, and the animal breed, right? And then the farmers, I think that for the adaptation, for first we have the improve for the livestock production by the technology. For example, for the technology for the produce of the animal feeds, and for the using of the good of the animal breeds for the farmer. In this case, I think very important. But we need to the joy with the scientists, or the joy with the knowledge for the research in the another country, right? And then finally, I think that it the farmer can adaptation is the popular today is the mix together is the livestock and the crop production, and mainly for the solve in this problem for the impact from the climate change at the present, right? This is my opinion.
Okay, Professor Jakapan, that we know there are when people change the mind about the meat, red meat or white meat is consume so many like feed, consume so many water, and also expose so many carbon dioxides in here. And they try to change the meat to be not the red meat, white meat, but to be the insects for the new protein sources. What do you think about this one? Could we change?
In the climate change, is the effects on the another parts of the livestock production. It first for the farmer is very concerned in the water, something like that, in the insects, in the new disease, something like that. I think that for the farmer, I think that's the first piece improve of the knowledge of the livestock production system, right? We need to develop of the livestock production system, something that the cattle production system. I meaning that
recording in progress.
Need to develop all another parts of the livestock in the housing system management, in the resting system management, something like that. And then the water, concerning the water, right? In water now, in the Southeast Asia, we also more of the water in the rain season, right? And the loss of the water or arid in the dry season. This is the main effect for the livestock. Not only livestock, we also concerns in the crop production also, right? In this case, I think that in a lot of the farmer concerns, I think that the improve of the all another parts of the livestock system production, like the crop production or the fish production, something like that. In the transportation is also for the crop production of forest production is the farmer impact also. If we don't have the water for the supply of the forest production for the animal feed, like exactly, I think we need to improve by the knowledge from the research for the solve the problem, right? And think the piece closely between the government policy, farmer and the scientists. Right, is very important now. I think that.
Okay, thank you very much. Is the question is also answer the Joyce question. So we will go to the next section for the lives question as well. So we still have here Tolopan and Iqmal and also Aziz Sulputra. So give the chance first to the Tolopan. Can you open your microphone, please? Tolopan Nababan? Still unmute? Or maybe give the chance. Okay, it's open now? No. Iqmal Aziz?
Hello.
Okay, thank you. Is Tolopan, please.
Good morning to all of us. I'm glad it's a sunny morning in Indonesia right now. I have several questions for Professor Lin, but first of all, please let me introduce myself. My name is Tolopan Nababan. I'm a student of animal science at Bengkulu University. Earlier, Professor Lin said that the basic solution in overcoming agricultural problem is put the ideas together and start doing research. My question is how to start a good research, because sometimes I feel my ideas is not very good. So how to come with a valuable ideas on a research, and how can we get people to cooperate with us in gathering ideas? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Tolopan Nababan, we collect first the question. We will move to the Iqmal. Iqmal, can you open your microphone, please?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Iqmal Aziz, an agro-ecotechnology study program student. I have a question for Mrs. Biotechnology. There are still many pros and cons about biotechnology, especially GMO as a solution in increasing agricultural yields. The pro-GMO says that GMO products provide efficiency benefits, productivity, and progress in agriculture. But there are also cons that there is a risk of the influence of GMO on environmental, ecology, and public health. What do you think about this case? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It is about the GMOs. Yeah? Okay, we will give the last chance for the second section to the Azizul Putra. Azizul Putra, can you open your microphone, please? Yes, it's your turn. Still unmute. So we will wait the Azizul Putra, and maybe Azizul Putra will set up again the microphone. So we go to the Wanang Tri Dinarko. Please give the permission to Wanang Tri Dinarko. Open the microphone. Azizul, you will be the next section, I think. Wanang 3, can you open your microphone, please? Your connection is not really stable. Okay, maybe we will put one question in the list of the text in the Zoom chatting. It's from the Jessica Octavia. I have a question for the Professor Jakapan. Livestock is a problem for the environment, but the human needs the animal products. So how to which one we have to choose? The environments, or we have to give the chance explore more for the poultry products. Okay, please, Professor In, you have 2 questions. I think the first one, it is about the how to start. How to start is the big problem, and then difficult to start, difficult to get the ideas as well. So that says fail to plan is plan to fails. And the second one is the opinions about your opinion about the technology. Technology give the good levels, and now we comes to the GMOs. GMOs, I think, is the biotechnology, and now it's come be the big problem as well. So we solve the problem, but the next problem is comes to our lives. So please, Professor In, give the answer for this question, please.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think the first question that I'd like to address is from, is that for Tolopan, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I would like to know what semester are you?
Tolopan, you are the.
Tolopan, are you still there? I mean, what semester are you?
5th semester.
5. So I mean, he's not. Are you not doing the scriptsy yet? So will be, right?
Not yet. It's preparing.
Okay. So the reason I ask is because it's the research for your scriptsy, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. Well, I know University of Bengkulu very well, okay, because I was there for a long time, okay. So this is my suggestion, and only unique for University of Bengkulu, okay. So I would like to share with you. So one thing is, you have to go back to yourself. What do you like? For example, you are in animal science, you like to do research about chicken, or about beef, or about eggs, that kind of, or about kind of food product for animals, so and try to find who is the expert of that field in animal science. Is it Facultas Animal Science? No, it's department, right? Department of Animal Science. Okay, who is the expert? Okay, and then, for example, you like Professor Dr. Sari, for example. Okay, yes. So you try to learn what kind of publication or what kind of research in her lab that she like, okay? And then you kind of talk to her, for example, and then, Ibu, what kind of research you do, for example? Then go from there, and then ask what kind of journal article or any news, any article, magazine that you want kind of she want you to read, okay? So you get to know about research. Then after that, you can put together idea. Remember, you are still S1 student, okay? So it's mean you don't have to find a new things, okay? Only doctoral student that has to find a new thing, okay? So you can, for example, you read a paper, research paper from Solo or from Surabaya about something, and then you can repeat that research in Bengkulu. So you don't have to create new thing because you are still practicing research. And then my idea is actually after you do the research, then you can kind of write what you have for other, for public, I said. But that's how the way you find. And then also, you can always try to follow, like if your professor or your lecturer has a project that got funding from the government, for example, from Dikti or from other, you can ask like, Ibu, Bapak, what kind of project you do, and then things if you have interest on that, and then you try to apply to that professor, and then after that you do research following what from the direction from the professor or your lecturer, something like so. Because you are still S1, so don't try to think like, oh, I have to have a very like new thing. No, you have just kind of practicing how to do research, how to do the experiment. And then when you do that, okay, you finish doing that research, then I don't want you to stop just writing scriptsy, but I want you to translate your scriptsy to kind of 1 or 2 pages article for newspaper, for example, Bengkulu Post or something, or write it down in any blog that is kind of make other people, public, not scientific people, understand what did you do and what was the finding, okay? So, and then you ask also about how to find friends that has interest also. Well, one thing that you can do is you meet with your friend and then you discuss what kind of things that they have interest and then go from there. Like a professor in Bengkulu, not just Bengkulu, okay? Professor also have group. So like your professor in UNIP also has kind of group of research, because as a professor or as a scientist, they cannot work alone. We as scientists, we cannot work alone. We have to have collaboration, okay? So you can learn from your professor over them. So you can find friends like from your classmate, or maybe the older than you or younger than you, and then you do research together, because in Indonesia usually you have to spend money for your research unless you join a professor that has project. So it's different with here. Okay, so that's my suggestion. And don't feel bad very easy. Okay, don't get frustrated very easy, because whenever you find what you like, you will find a way to find the project. But remember, one thing that you can do right now is try to find the most favorite professor in your department, okay? And then go to see her, or try to find the articles or the book that professor write it down, and then you find idea from him. But you read first, okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
You
Great.
think my answering your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Now is the second one, right?
Yes, about the
The biotechnology.
Yes.
Okay. Well, yes. Actually, when I was in Europe, okay, people in Europe hate GMO, hate biotechnology in crops. Most of them kind of really go natural. This is the regulation or the policy from government in Europe. So if you talk with European people, they just don't want to talk about GMOs. Everything has to be non-GMO. So it's depend on the country. But United States, because it's the creators, most of the creators in biotechnology are from United States. So most of the time they pro. Like in my place, okay, we grow corn, soybeans, and wheat, okay, and corn and soybean, we use GMO, because if not, then the production will be lower, and then the money will, the farmers will lose a lot of money. My perspective is, so far, okay, if the article, okay, the journal article that I read about the impact of biotechnology is not enough to make conclusion the impact of biotechnology on health. You know, it's not enough data yet, okay, to conclude that impact actually, because it's still monitoring, and then the impact on the human is due to the GMO or due to the herbicide or pesticide that they put on the plants or in the environment where the plants grow, and then impact on the people who live there. Okay, so everything related to biotechnology or GMO is still under investigation, is still under research, so it's not easy to make conclusion yet. Okay, however, the use of GMOs sometimes in poor country or developing country is hard. I wrote an article about the use of GMO in Indonesia, like in 2011 in Jakarta Post. So if you Google my name and then you say GMO, it will come out, you know, the article. I said that in Indonesia at the time, okay, this is 2011, okay, it's very hard to grow GMO because the price of the corn and soybean that is GMO is expensive, and also the farmers have to use like certain chemicals which is not cheap, okay, and then they cannot use the seed by themselves, like use again, reuse, you know, because they have to buy new things which is not cheap. But in America, like the price is okay, and then even right now my student every day, my students check the price of corn and soybean, even though the price of fertilizer increased, but they still make money in a good way, okay, because the price of corn and soybean are very good, and the demand of corn and soybean in the world is just like this, okay. And then if we like to feed the world in 2050, especially 2100, so we need something that to improve crop production, and we cannot use the old way to feed the world. But if you like to grow for your own community, for my family, for example, for my community, my village, it's okay not to use GMO, because, you know, when you grow GMO crop, it's expensive. We call in Indonesia like the financial support has to be high, you know, because they bought the seeds from here, yeah, and then also the use of fertilizer and other inputs are quite expensive right now, but the yield is promising, okay. And then right now, I think as a scientist, include me, you know, and all of you, now start doing more research how the impact of GMO on our health, yeah, so we have more data, so we can make conclusion from longer data. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor In. Professor In, actually we still have one question in the text Zooms.
Okay.
From the Andini Surya. So she asks you, we import many agricultural products from the other countries. So it's maybe the question is when the Indonesia can stop the import by the technology in their self. I think it's the question.
Okay.
It is possible. It is possible.
It's depend on what kind of product that Indonesia receive, because no country in the world can survive by themselves, include China, no, even America, you know, like America right now, you know, maybe we are very good in corn, soybeans, and others, okay, but we need other things also here that we don't have, like oil palm product, we don't have it here. Rubber, the product of rubber trees, okay.
Yes.
Even though American company like Goodyear, you know, we have that tires, but we need rubbers from Southeast Asia. And then one thing, chocolate. Okay, this is one thing that I learned about chocolate in Indonesia. I was in Bali, okay, and also in Bali or somewhere in Yogyakarta, and I bought chocolate, okay. The chocolate they sell the chocolate, the real chocolate after harvesting, and then send abroad, okay, like to Europe,
original,
especially Amsterdam, and then they make a beautiful package of chocolate, and then they sold to Indonesia, because Indonesia has limited, ability to make the chocolate that is kind of export quality, something like that.
Yes.
So now the homework for Indonesian students or people who like to make product made in Indonesia quite well, then they have to learn how to make, like in terms of packaging, in terms of like nutrition value, because in United States, if you like to eat, or to go to grocery, everything that like a product of company, they have like all the nutrition value. So if I'm on diet, I know how much calorie that I consume every time I eat, and my diet will be successful. But when I was in Indonesia, like 2 months ago, okay, then I don't know how many calorie, okay, except if I bought something from Alfamart, that kind of product, but the other I don't know. But here everything is already kind of have how much calorie I should I should know, so that's one thing that different, but it's not impossible, it's possible. So that's why I think if you learn in College of Agriculture, hopefully you also learn about, I don't know, it's food technology, I think the department, right, that you can learn about the technology of packaging or making something from raw to become the good one and ready to sell. I hope it's answering your question.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor In. So the technology need the creativity and ideas. So it is our term, it's our section. So give the ideas and creativity from ourselves to use the technology much better than now. Okay, we have the limited time, so we still have one question for the Professor Jakapan here. And I do apologize for the live question. We have to finish for the live question. We go to the text question here. Again, it is related to from Jessica. It's related to the paradox. I think paradox between which one we have to do more, save the environments, or maybe you have to save the human needs. Please, Professor Jakapan.
On the other hand, we know the livestock is affected on the climate change also, right? We accept that, right? And then, we cannot stop of the livestock production in the world, because the livestock is the supply of the food security in the global population, right? And then we need to the balance between the livestock production and the population of the world. Right? When the global population increase, is livestock production also together for the increase also, right? And then how we can the stop of the effects of the climate change from the livestock production, right? First, I think that the main effect of the climate change is the emission of the greenhouse gas, something like that, in the carbon dioxide, in the methane, something like that, right? And then many parts of the livestock production have the produce of the carbon dioxide and the methane, something like that. This gas is affect to the increase of the global temperature, is meaning to the increase of the the climate change in the day. If we more and more the levels of production, it's meaning that the emission of the greenhouse gas, something like that in the carbon dioxide in the methane was mentioned with the global atmosphere, something like that. And then from the research, they have suggestion that we can increase of the quality of the fish. First, it's I meaning the fish. If the animal can use of the nutrients, something like that, of the fish, all animal they can use and limit of the emission of the methane to the atmosphere, right? And then we can the development of the animal genetics is high for the digestibility for the nutrients, and then improve of the quality of the nutrient for the high digestibility for the animal in the first, right? And then for the another problem is the land use. Land use, you know that the livestock is more and more use of the land use for the produce of the forage for the animal, or for the raw material for the animal feed production, right? And then how we can use of the high growing of the forage, or the high growing of the animal feeds raw material, right? I meaning for development of the crop genetics for the high growing, and limit of the use of a large of the land use for the animal feed production, right? In the last, I think that's for the animal production system. You know that in the fermentation of the mammoths. This is we need to the management of the animal mammoths, right? Because in the fermentation, in the high gas, high carbon dioxide, high methane emission from the atmosphere of the world, right? And then we need to improve of the fertilization, improve of the management of the mammoths, of the animal, something like that. And then finally, I think that's we need to the save of the environment, and we need to the produce of the livestock production for the balance between the environment also, right? And then I think that's in the save of the environment and the goods production of the livestock is to choose the brand together, right? Together, and then I think that it can be balance between the effects of the livestock production for the climate change also, right?
Okay.
That's I think that.
Thank you,
Mr. Moderator. Can I add some more?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Well, just to let everyone know that my main research is about climate change also, okay, especially related to carbon sequestration and how the climate change or greenhouse gases impacts on crop production. Okay, so because Mr. Moderator asked about which one you have to choose, environment first or people, right?
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So remember in my presentation today, everyone, what is the purpose of science? The purpose of research. That is for helping people, for humanity. If your research or your science, whatever scientific finding is not helping people, not helping humanity just for your own, like your own grants, your own money, you like to be the best researcher, for example, that is not good, because whatever you do, you have to think about people. For example, here, this is a contradiction in Indonesia, like paddy rice. You grow paddy rice in sawah, right? And then according to the theory, according to the research, that when you grow paddy rice, it will increase global climate change, it will increase greenhouse gases because of methane evolution. You know, the methanes go to the atmosphere, which is not good. And the people in Java or Sumatra, whoever, farmers that grow rice, they are blamed because of that. But do you think if for example, I'm a government, okay, from the government or scientists that help people, I will say, hey, don't grow paddy rice because according to the statistic, you know, it increased methane, how many %? What do you think? The farmers are people. They need rice. We eat rice. I eat rice. You eat rice. You know? So we have to do a little bit sacrifice. Okay, well, you grow rice. Okay, and then scientists have to think how to reduce the impact by giving innovation or technology about cropping system, for example, or about soil management, how to make the farmer still grow rice, okay, by, for example, choose the rice, you know, by technology that will not increase very much or significantly the methane from the soil. So we have to think, okay, but remember, science for humanity, science for people. So even though your research is about basic science, like for example, when I was in University of Bengkulu, my research is about nitrogen cycling, carbon cycling. This is chemistry. But what I like to apply to other people is how to manage the soil to make or to increase carbon in the soil by doing, for example, agroforestry, or by doing soil restoration, or maybe one professor from forestry, like thinking how to manage soil or land after coal mining to improve the global climate change by improving the carbon content in the soil, something like that. Okay, so remember, so think about humanity first, and then after that you try to think other thing. But science is for humanity, not for your own, you know, recognition or your own, oh, I have to have grants. No, but you have to think, even though we need grants, but you have to think inside and hear that my research or my finding will be useful for people.
Okay, thank you very much. So it is why the human have the different powers. They have the heart, they have the feeling, they have the knowledge, and we combine to be the humanity. Okay, thank you very much, Professor In and also Professor Jakapan. We have to finish the section because we have the next section for 3 keynote speakers. So we have to end this section, but don't worry, because the participants still can contact the Professor In and also Professor Jakapan directly by email maybe, or visit Professor Il channels and also Professor Jakapan channels, and we can contact more and explore more the ideas. We give you the certificate. Please accept our appreciation here. Can you share the screen? The first certificate. Thank you, Professor In. We will send you the PDF as well to you for the keynote speaker today, and hopefully you still come to our next seminars. And we hope you can visit us, not the virtual but the online, offlines with us.
Amin.
Thank you.
Amin. Thank you.
We miss you a lot. And also Professor Jakapan, please accept our appreciation in here. And we also invite you as well to come to the Bengkulu University, collaborate with us, visit our students, and see the university atmosphere here. Thank you very much, and give the applause for the two keynote speakers today.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So it is the end of our keynote section first. So I do sorry if takes time more than 10 minutes more for the sections, and we have to time to give the master ceremony. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good, happy for these seminars participants.
Thank you very much, keynote speakers. Thank you very much, Dr. Zarkani, for being the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to enter the second session of keynote speakers. So I would like to invite Ms. Anissa Nurul Suci to lead the second keynote speaker session. Please welcome.
See the world. It's incredibly beautiful. Sometimes it's hard to see beauty. All we see is in imperfection. This world that we live in. This is beauty all around us. Beauty that can only be seen with open eyes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thomas Jefferson, the founder of the United States, once said, "Agriculture is our wisest pursuit because it will in the end contribute most to the real world, good morals, and happiness." That's the reason why we are here, to encourage the young generation for elevating every aspect in agriculture to pursue better human living. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Anissa Nurul Suci from Agriculture Faculty of University of Bengkulu, and I will be your moderator for this session. In this session, we have three keynote speakers. The first one, I will invite Dr. Munib M. Mustafa from Sri Lanka. Good morning, Dr. Munib. Are you with us? Okay, then we jump up to the second speakers is Dr. Raja Ili Airina binti Raja Halif from Malaysia. Good morning, Dr. Raja Ili.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I really honored to meet you today.
Thank you, the pleasure is mine.
Yeah, and then the last one already here with me. Good morning, Dr. Heri Dwi Putranto from Indonesia. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, audiences. Sorry, I repeat. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, audiences. I'm glad to be here with you all. Thank you.
All right. So, so I know you guys really curious about what kind of topic that we will talk about. So I will jump right directly to the keynote speaker. Because the first keynote speaker is not with us yet, then we will be with Dr. Dr. Raja Ili Airina binti Raja Halif first. She is a lecturer in Faculty of Agro-Industry, University Malaysia, Kelantan. Right, Dr. Raja Ili?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. So she finished the doctoral degree in University of Southampton, UK, and majoring in animal science with specialty reproductive biology. So for Dr. Raja Ili Airina binti Raja Halif, the time is yours. So, Dr. Raja Ili, are you ready yet? Otherwise, we will directly to Dr. Heri first. After that, we will come again to you.
I'm trying to make my video. I think you can start with Dr. Harry first.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right then. We are going to Dr. Heri first. He is an associate professor in University of Bengkulu, right, sir?
That's
okay. And he finished the PhD study in United Graduate School of Agriculture Science, Gifu University. Today we are going to listen about the presentation about reproductive overview on two Sumatra endemic potential animals. It's really will be the interesting topic, I think.
I believe so. Thank you.
Okay, then the time is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you, Miss Anissa. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I am very happy to be here with all of the committee of the IUCA 2022, and I am very honored to be a keynote speaker for today, especially because I can promote the treasure of Sumatra Island, especially Bengkulu province, the province where I belong to. And ladies and gentlemen, as Ms. Anissa informed us earlier, that I am attached to the University of Bengkulu, Faculty of Agriculture, and in our university, I and my peer team research, we have worked on the Sumatra endemic potential animals for the last 20 years. And my seniors, they have published a lot of article regarding the potential animal. And today I will share to you about the two potential animals, and they are endemic of Bengkulu. First, maybe we can go to the first slide. Okay, so I would like to share you the archipelago map. So this is Indonesia, and for the audience who don't know about the Sumatra Island, you can see on the left side on that picture is the Sumatra Island, and Bengkulu province is located on that island. So Indonesia is a big diversity country, and we have more than thousand, maybe million of species, flora and fauna that until today, maybe half of them, maybe more than half of the our flora and fauna still still hiding and
recording stopped.
Not informed well to us about the biological, maybe reproduction on
recording in progress
and every information. So next slide, please.
Recording stopped.
Okay, so in Bengkulu we have several local endemic potential animals,
recording
such
in
as
progress.
The ruminant animals, sambar deer, and as you can see, I share you about the profiles of two species I would like to promote in this occasion. First is a poultry member. We call it Burgo chicken, and another one is a member of Aves family, named as Murai Batu bird, or in English we call it the white ram shama bird. Next, please. So for the last 20 years, I personally and my peer team member in University Bengkulu and also in Gifu University, Japan, we have worked on the several techniques to unhide about the reproduction information, and we use several methods. As you can see that we use ELISA, we use EIA about enzyme immunoassay and HPLC. And for the last 5 years in Indonesia, because of the limited resources in this faculty, so we changed the method by assistance from another from third parties, I mean, for the commercial laboratory. And we also use samples, not only for the regular samples. Maybe all of you widely recognize about the using the blood samples, serum samples, but as we applied the non-invasive method to access the sexual hormone reproduction, so we use the urine feces samples, and we found that by using feces and urine samples, we also can describe about the status, reproductive status of those animals. And another overview, we also applied for the field observation regarding about the sexual behavior of those animals. So we applied the method of animal focal samplings, and before we start or before we begin the ethology series of research, we discuss about the what type of the action or behavior we would like to observe. So we made an ethogram, and we dealt with all the action, and also we define about what kind of sexual behavior we should discover on that animals. And we applied very simple parameters to discover about the sexual behaviors. So we use the visual action and visual signals from the animals that we can record it, we can note it, and we can count it, tabulate it into specific tables that we have already published in our articles. Maybe you can browse on the internet about what we have done for the sexual behaviors of those animals. Next, please. So this is the profiles, the picture of the endemic potential animals in Bengkulu. So in Bengkulu we have another poultry beside of the burgo chicken. So we have duck, we call it talang benih duck, and we also has another bird species. But in this occasion today, I will inform you about the murai batu also only. And for the next, please. So next is the article published by our peer team research. It's about the population of burgo chicken, and for the next slide you will also see another publication of our peer team research about the population of murai batu birds. And after we finish with the population studies, we start about the reproduction research, and we found that we can access the hormonal reproductive status of those animals by using specific methods, and we found that in poultry, especially in burgo chicken, we found there is a correlation, a very significant correlation between the concentration of hormone of estradiol 17 beta with the follicles number and follicle size of the female chicken. And as you can see, next please, I also show you, next please. Okay, this picture, we can describe clearly about the development of the female follicles inside the ovarium, and we found that there were three sizes of chicken's follicles, so the small, medium, and large. And you can see the easiest size to be seen by us, of course, the large size. But on the left lower side, we can see the small follicles, and sometimes the small follicles cannot or couldn't be seen by our own eyes. and we need the another tools to collect the data. Next, please. So in this slide, you can see that this is the result of the observation for sexual behavior in male Burgo chicken. So we found that in general, Burgo chicken male sexual behaviors consist of an action called courtship, mounting, mating, and dismounting. And the age of male will affect the frequency and the duration of the behavior sexual itself. The younger one can have longer duration of sexual activity, but sometimes also the older age chicken, they perform what I call it as more good quality of sexual activity. I mean more frequent in mounting, or a longer duration for the copulation activity itself. Okay, and next, please. Okay, this is about the bird. So this bird is very favorite pet among the bird lovers in Indonesia. Maybe if you browse the internet about the bird lover community in Indonesia, we can find that murai batu can be very, I mean, it can be dapat dihargai, it can be yeah, very huge. Yeah, it can cost you a lot of money if you would like to keep that kind of bird, especially if that bird become the champion because of the its lovely chirp. So for this bird, we also found that there is a specific sexual behavior. We call it cloaca display. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, so this is the cloaca display behavior. What the meaning of cloaca display itself? So, as you can see, the tail feather of that female was lifted, and at that time that female bird saw its cloaca part to her male partner, and at that time the female proclaimed that she was in her heat, or heat, in big animal ruminant we call it heat estrus, but in poultry or bird or aves we cannot call it as an estrus. But it's kind of seduction, it's kind of invitation to her male partner to intimate her, to copulate with her, and we can validate that kind of sexual behavior on the Sumatra endemic murai batu. And after we validated that sexual behavior action, we also calculated about the duration of cloaca display itself. So it's it's about 304 seconds. So very short, but it means a lot for the sexual activity. Without cloaca display, the female will not receive the male to make a copulation. And another sexual or reproduction parameter we observe, it's about the egg. So we found that in general also murai batu bird can deliver about 2 until 3 eggs in 12 days of hatching duration. But last 3 weeks we found that in my another murai batu bird collected by our peer team research, we had one female that can deliver about 6 eggs in a week. It's quite rare, but it's a fact. So we are trying to find what kind of phenomena of these 6 eggs came from one female. But until today, we cannot answer that question clearly. I hope our peer team research can find the answer soon. Next, please. Next, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, next, please. Sorry. In the end of my presentation, I would like to share you about the very important conclusion that in Sumatra Island, maybe also in Malaysia with our forests and everything, we have a lot of treasure, especially for the flora and fauna treasures. And until today, maybe not more than 1% of that species discovered by us, and we still have a lot of chances to do this research on the reproduction, on the another biological important information regarding that species. And we can also find another hiding information, not only about reproduction but also about the genetic, about the physiology, and all that information can support us to improve the population of that flora and fauna treasure of Asia. And next, please. The last one. I would like to share you about another research that our peer team also working on for the last 1 month. It's about the bioacoustic. Sorry, my pronunciation. So we also have published one article on the Bongo chicken rooster crawling. And right now also we are working for the singing voice of the murai batu bird. So I hope this bioacoustic study will also support the ecologists, the conservationists, and also the scientists out there who also interest in preservation of flora and fauna. Maybe that's all for my presentation. I wish I can do something for the science and for the my beloved country Indonesia. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Pak Heri, and please give applause to Dr. Heri. All right. It's such a long research in 20 years, right, sir?
That's right.
Yeah, but we approximately right, but we got a really insightful. What is that? Insightful knowledge from it, and I'm really proud that you said we have a treasure. We have a lot of maybe another endemic potential for the livestock and everything, right, sir?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So the study is still going on, and hopefully, like Dr. Iin said before, science for the humanity has really come true. Okay. So, sir, after all the session, we will have the question answers session. But before the questions answers session, we will continue to the next speaker. Okay, Dr. Munib, are you with us? Dr. Munib? Okay then, we're still waiting for Dr. Munib. Then we jump to Dr. Raja Ili Airina binti Raja Halif. Are you? Okay. All right then. To Dr. Raja Ili Airina binti Raja Halif, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the second International Undergrad Conference on Agriculture and Life Sciences for inviting me to be a speaker for this prestigious conference. So I shall go on with my talk titled Application and Potential of Breeding Technology in Malaysia. Okay, let's first start with introducing some of the basic reproductive technologies that have been applied worldwide. The first is estrus synchronization, synchronizing females to optimize breeding management. So imagine you have 20 to 100 females, it can be cattle or goats. So when you manage to synchronize the females, making sure that they are pregnant and gave birth at a certain time, that will make sure that the farm management is easier to handle. So when the females are all, for example, pregnant in January, being inseminated in January, you will then predict that the goats will give birth in May. So how does this happen? You have to synchronize it using hormones or natural herbs in order to make sure that the females are ready to be mated and are ready to be inseminated at the period that you have already scheduled. Okay, and after that, you have to get them ready for the third point that I am having here, which is the artificial insemination, AI, or embryo transfer. Artificial insemination or embryo transfer in females can be done after estrus synchronization. So prior to this estrus synchronization, you will have your germplasm, your germ cells, cryopreserved. So what is cryopreservation? Cryopreservation is preserving semen, oocyte, or embryo for indefinite storage in liquid nitrogen. So this is in terms of transportation. This also makes sure that when you preserved your cells, you would then know when would you want to inseminate them, when would you want your animals to breed. Okay, for example, in Kelantan, we would like the farmers, and the farmers themselves are happy if their animals do not give birth in our rainy season, which is around November up to January. So they would rather the animals be pregnant during that time but do not give birth. So how is that possible? They have to then schedule their breeding management with the help of the first step, which is estrus synchronization, and then of course having those semen preserved and carried out AI in the animals. I hope that's clear. Next, Okay, now I'm going to tell you more about semen preservation. So I'm going to show you a video where it is carried out in Agro Technopark in University Malaysia Kelantan, Delhi campus, where my students are carrying out semen collection. So after semen is collected from a desired male, it will then be added in an extender in a specific ratio. So when it is added in an extender, it will then be inserted in specific straws before artificial insemination. So that is basically the flow of it. So imagine if you have a male, a desired male, and you wanted the females to get pregnant, you will naturally put in the male with the female in a pen, and then mating will begin. However, it takes time, and the females might not be pregnant at the same time. With this technology of semen freezing and AI, what you could do is collect the semen and then have them cryopreserved. When you have them cryopreserved, you have the time to choose which female and which time would you like to inseminate them. So for example, if you have around 100 females, you can actually inseminate 20 to 30 females at one time in a day, because you do have the semen preserved in liquid nitrogen already. So that is how the technology helps us. So another thing is you do not have to have a lot of bucks or a lot of male goats. You just need to have the semen. Some of the farms doesn't even have bucks. They have only female goats, and then they buy the semen, the frozen semen, to be inseminated in their females. So this is how technology can help in the ruminant industry. So after semen freezing, semen will be preserved in a liquid nitrogen, and depends on when you would like to inseminate your females. So insemination or artificial insemination is a technique of inserting semen of a male into the uterus or a womb of a female animal that is in heat without natural mating. So heat is the same as estrus. So the female need to be in heat or estrus to make sure that the pregnancy is successful. There are ample advantages for AI and also any other reproductive technologies. It maximizes the use of elite animals, that is for sure. So if you have, say, 2 or 3 bucks in your farm, and maybe one of it is quite old and it is unable to do natural mating anymore, or maybe sick, you can still have the buck's semen collection by electroejaculation, and then you can cap the semen for future in other females. And the ratio, if you have it in cryopreservation, is much more, because one ejaculation, when you dilute and insert in a straw, it can be one ejaculation is the same as around 40 or 30 females. So compared to natural mating, 1-to-1 animals. So other than that, it minimizes the cost and disease transmission. I mentioned earlier, some of the farm doesn't even have male, so this minimizes the cost. You don't have to buy an elite buck. You can just bought in frozen semen if you like to. And there are also other farms that do not have both male and female superior, but they do have surrogates. So they bought in embryo and then they carried out embryo transfer in the farm. So this minimizes cost in terms of management for the animal. And of course, it minimizes the disease transmission because there is no live animal. There is just frozen embryos, semen, or oocytes. And another thing, it is for genetic improvement. So if you do not have the elite animals and you would like to improve the genetic improvement in your farm, having frozen semen or frozen embryos in the farm would be the best choice, and there is a platform for it. Okay, now I'm going to show about the number of ruminant in Malaysia for 2019. As you can see, we have buffalo, cattle, goat, sheep, and also swine. So the number of cattle is high, followed by goat, sheep, and also buffalo. The number of animals in 2019 and 2020 did not differ as much, as you can see for the next slide. The distribution number for all animals are almost the same. Now we shall look into the time series number of ruminant and swine in Malaysia since 2016 to 2020. So I focused on buffalo and cattle. So the number decreases, but not significantly. The number is around 700,000 to 659,000, the latest we have for 2020. For cattle and for buffalo, it is around 100,000. Now we shall look into the output of livestock products by commodity, starting 2014 to 2020. Focus on beef and mutton. So the numbers is looking at metric ton. Since 2016, it is around 46,000, and it decreases slightly to 42,000 for beef, and for mutton it is around, I could say, approximately 5,000, and it decreases up to around 4,000 in 2020. Next, we are going to look into the self-sufficiency level, or SSL, of the main food commodity here in Malaysia. As reported, we have cattle and buffalo. In 2020, 20.7%. It decreases from 2019, 22.3%. And in goat and sheep, it also decreases from 2019, 11.8 to 9.4. Next is the consumption per capita of the main food commodity. For cattle and buffalo, it is around 6.1% and 1.3% respectively for 2020. It is reported that 80% of meat consumption increase, driven by the growth of human population and increased income and also lifestyle. Now I'm going to tell you the history of imported elite livestock here in Malaysia. So back in 1970s, we imported various breed of elite livestock such as Angus, Hereford, Santa Gertrudis, Shorthorn, and Droughtmaster breed. We also imported frozen semen, Charolais, and Limousin. Brahman is also used for palm oil integration because our resources are palm oil here in Malaysia, and we also have Brahman crossed with Australia as a feeder cattle. In 2005, we then focused in Brahman breed. In 2008, later, we have a Brahman breed plan with the Australian Brahman Breeders Association in Sabah, one of the states in Malaysia. And we imported 5 full-blood male, 19 female, and 160 commercial breed to carry out the plan. The table here shows the performance of major breeds of beef cattle. So the first one is called Kedah Kelantan. That is our local breed. We call it KK. So we also have KK crosses, of course Brahman crosses, Nellore, Droughtmaster, Brahmas, Cherokee, Shahiwal, Frisian, and also Bali cattle. These are the important parameters for each of the livestock. Their birth weight, their average daily gain, and their weight as they reaches 2 years, and also calving intervals. As you can see, Kedah Kelantan has the lowest in birth weight, in ADG, and also in weight for 2 years. Thus, it is important for us to have a KK cross with the elite livestock that we imported in. So this is very recent. Elite KK need to be given attention. So the Malaysian Agricultural Research and Development Institute MADI produces KK Elite, where Kedah Kelantan Elite Cattle Technology Transfer Program to breeders. So Elite KK, Elite Kedah Kelantan, was declared on April 14, 2018, and it was developed through a selective breeding program in a structured local KK cattle breed. So the male reaches up to 460, the female up to 250, and the important is the rate of daily weight gain. It increases from 350 to 800 grams per day in a feedlot system with feed formulation came from MADI. So let's now check the feed formulation that MADI have. So the feed formulation that is produced by MADI are the fattening stage food formulation, breeding stage feed formulation, lactation stage food formulation, and also growth stage food formulation. So in order for breeders to have an increase in their average daily gain for their KK Elite, they have to follow a specific SOP for this food or formulation feed. We will now go to one of the states in Malaysia, which is Kelantan, where University of Malaysia Kelantan is. So back in 1973, Kelantan have around 350 doses of frozen semen for AI. And later in 2014, they developed a quality breeder program. And in 2019, around 20,285 females carried out AI and then produces offspring. So Kelantan initiated a Naim beef program. The Naim beef cattle production system was introduced with the aim of creating a hybrid beef cattle production system to produce quality beef cattle and meat products halal, clean, pure, and free from dangerous diseases for consumers to create a pious and healthy society. So this is reported in the Naim Beef book. The total of dose, according to the slide, from 2017 to 2019, and the insemination that is done is by the Department of the Veterinary Services, holds around 20.9%, and the rest is assisted by private inseminators, or AIDIY. Okay, Naim Beef program is happy to report that the pregnancy reaches up to 69% for AI, and the positive detection from first inseminator from 2017 to 2019. And the number of offspring derived from AI is around 10,000 calves per year. Next, we shall look into the Malaysian Livestock Breeding Policy 2013. The vision is to be the leader in tropical livestock breeding, and the mission is to enable the breeding of quality livestock through sound genetic principle practices that satisfy the need for economic and sustainable livestock industry and fulfill the market requirements. Okay, we shall look into the reports in the policy. So back in 1980, University of Malaya developed Jemasia goat, which is the German fawn with Kajang goat. Kajang goat is the Malaysian local goat. Jemasia is a dual-purpose goat that produces both milk and meat, while Kajang, our local, only produces meat. DVS, Department of Veterinary Services, assist in multiplying in Kampung Kuala Lepah Livestock Breeding Centre. So other than Jemasia, we also produces Boer cross breeding program. The DVS set up a national Boer breeding centre and BBC in Pondok Tanjung Perak to capitalize on the attributes of the Boer breed. So this program or this centre act as a catalyst for the transformation of the goat industry in Malaysia. Now I would like to show the comparison of performance for the three breeds that I mentioned earlier, which are the Boer, Demasia, and Kambing Kajang. Kambing Kajang is our local breed. Demasia is the German fawn crosses with Kajang, and Boer is from South Africa, as you can see. So the mature weight for Boer is around 80 kilo. For Kajang it is only around 25 kilo. And then the litter size, Kambing Kajang has a quite high litter size. The average daily gait weight, the carcass weight, and also the dressing percentages. So when we brought in imported Boer, we would hope to have crosses between Boer and Kambing Kajang to improve, as I mentioned earlier, the birth weight, the average daily gain, and also the weight at maturity. Issues and challenges that were reported in the policy throughout the animals. So this is in cattle, goat, sheep, buffalo. Breeding and multiplication not structured, breeding productivity generally poor, and lack of advanced breeding technology. So this is what we have to tackle in order to elevate the breeding management in Malaysia. The current progress, the applying reproductive technology from lab to small and large-scale farm, and also the establishment of National Dairy Recording Service and National Dairy Breeding Advisory Services. So does AI have potential? Does reproductive technologies have potential? Yes, definitely. So AI have been carried out in cattle for around 100 million globally, and in India alone it is around 41 million. And the breeding technology potential is being practiced also in Japan. So in Japan, they carried out embryo transfer in Wagyu beef, where they performed modified droplet vitrification, and they do embryo transfer that gave around 42.6% of pregnancy rate. So why? Because of the marbling. They wanted to have high marbling, the presence of a higher percentage of monounsaturated fatty acid called MUFA, and it is also correlated with a lower melting point for the fat. So the meat is tender and juicy. So very recently, Malaysia proposed the Food Security Action Plan 2021 to 2025, where the objective is to multiply internal resources and diversify resources import, to increase private involvement and resident in food system, to ensure availability of safe food with a reasonable price and healthy lifestyle, to ensure national preparedness in facing food security crisis. So this plan consists of 5 cores, 15 strategies, and 96 initiatives. So one of the strategies is to develop high-impact breeds and seed. And the main objective is to improve the performance of breeding female and male dairy cows and goats. The second strategy is to develop a structured breeding program to improve the genetics of locally adapted dairy breeds. This is to increase the income of breeders by 20%. So before I end my talk, I would like to share a little bit of the research collaborations that we have with Princess Naradhiwas University, Thailand. The first one was carried out in 2017 with vitrification project we did with mouse with Dr. Jakapan, and then the next year we have an extended project in cattle again with Dr. Jakapan. Other than research collaboration, we do have other CSR projects with PNU before. So we carried out My Taiwan 2 and 3 in previous years. And we also carried out AGX this year, AGX 2022, where the PNU delegates came and have a booth with us and joined in the MasterChef 2022. So these are the list of references from my slide. Thank you for your time and attention. I invite excited collaborations from participants and speakers of the second IUCA 2022. With that, I thank you.
All right. Thank you to Dr. Raja Ili for the wonderful presentation. It's about the reproductive technology in ruminant industry. So, in my opinion, the reproductive technology is one of important or significant thing to do because it's really related in the sustainability of the species, and also we can create a good quality in a variant of such a species, especially for the livestock, because the livestock we really consume it and we need it every time. Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Raja Ili. We jump up to the next speaker, Dr. Munib M. Mustafa. Are you already with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah. Good morning, Dr. Munib.
Good morning.
Yeah. Finally, we can connect with you. All right then. So to shorten the time, please welcome Dr. Munib. The time is yours.
Okay, then. Thank you very much. The moderators, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me as one of the keynote speaker of the second undergraduate research symposium, which I am privileged to thank all the organizers and the others. And so far we have gone through a variety of titles which are very important for the modern era which we are living in. So let's focus on totally different platform, which is also an alarming issue throughout the world, which is the plastic pollution in marine ecosystem. It's an issue all over the world, not only limited to any particular part of the world. So I will glance through what is microplastic and how it is became a problem for us, or how it is become a bigger issue than what we thought of globally, and special focus on Indonesia, which is one of the marine biodiversity hotspots in the world. So first of all, I would like to pose why we are more dependent on plastics. Is one of the very important question that I would like to ask each and every participant, and think it to yourself, and you can come up with your own thoughtfulness. So you can see the beaches, how it is look like around. So I hope this is one of the pictures just around our university, just beside our university, which is just meters away, around 50 meters away from the beach. So it is one of the focal area that we should come up with possible solutions for issues on our beach, which is go beyond what I have forecasted or depicted here. Just get back to the history behind. In 1950, we have produced only 1.7 million tons of plastics, according to a Plastic Europe 2016 report. After 68 years, it became 360 metric tons. So you can see the massive increase, a multifold increase over the plastic production, where the Asia produced more than 50% of the overall plastic all over the world. More importantly, we are just producing around or dumping around 8 to 12 million tons of plastic to the oceans. I think which is an alarming news for us, which all take responsibility to reduce that from our side. These plastics are inexpensive and easy to handle and easily available. We are more prone to use plastics. But when we look at the life cycle of a plastic product, we are almost harming our own self, not only our and the next generation as well. How? When the plastic are dumped into the ocean, it's consumed by almost all of the living organisms. So it is ended up in the ocean and eaten by fishes, all the marine biota. We are consuming them again. So it is coming through to our body again, which are normally toxic. When you compare all the marine pollution, the plastic waste makes up to 80% of them. More pathetically, the plastic waste in 2050 might outweigh the biomass of all the fishes in the sea. So when we move to the plastic pollution in the ocean, the first literature was in 1970s, and nowadays you can see an alarming rate of publications coming up, which suggests that the issue is magnified in several folds that we need to face. Let's move to the global plastic waste produced and mismanagement. Here you can see the coastal population. When the coastal populations are high, the mismanagement of plastics tend to increase. So when you compare to Indonesia, the portion of plastic is mismanaged showing around more than 70%. Same as to Sri Lanka as well. In China, it's around less than 70%. So when you compare to some of the developed countries like Japan and European Union, the mismanagement is very low indeed. Which shows that the plastic dumping to the marine ecosystem is increasing day by day. So we should do a careful management of it. Since we need to hand over the earth to the next generation in a far better way than what we see today. As I mentioned earlier, the marine plastic pollution, which is a global issue. When the marine microplastics were consumed by the fishes or the microbiota living in ocean, it's coming to our body and it's consumed by us and ingested by lymph nodes, other organisms. There might be long-term toxicity impacts, carcinogenic impacts, and as well as we are compelled to do a risk assessment based on that. On the other hand, the hazardous chemicals that expose to the marine ecosystem reduce the biodiversity of the ecosystems, which we are compelled to consider as an immediate action required. As a next generation students, I would like kindly request to think and consider this as an important aspect. So let's move. What is microplastic? The basic description, we can take it up to a manufactured plastic particles of micro size, less than 5 millimeter generally, can be considered as microplastic. Generally, the classification goes like this: the microplastics, which are bigger than 25 millimeters in size; mesoplastics are in between 25 to 55 millimeter; microplastics are less than 5 millimeter or in between 1 millimeter and 5 millimeter. The mini or micro or nanoplastics is also on agenda nowadays, is in between 1 millimeter and 1 micrometer. According to some of the studies, currently there are 50 to 75 trillion pieces of plastics and microplastics in the ocean. Let's dig deeper into what is microplastics and then how it is impacting us or impacting each and everyone's life simply. They can be categorized based on their geometry, color, polymer type, density. Basically, they are identified based on their geometric shapes, including fragment, filament, fibers, foams. The types and shape of the microplastic particles is important in identifying potentials to be swallowed or to be eaten or to be taken in by the organisms, which will describe the magnitude of the problem, the harms caused, not only for human, but also for the other organisms. Let's move to the life cycle of microplastic. Here the aquatic ecosystem and terrestrial ecosystems are explained. As I mentioned earlier, the microplastics and nanoplastics, which are less than 5 millimeter in size, it comes from landfill site, or maybe plastic waste generated from the residential areas. Or it might be coming from animal species, or from a sewage treatment plant. What they do, they might be dispersed in the ocean or in the air, which can be consumed by the animals and as well as humans. So at the end, it might be deposited into the aquatic system. Some of the microplastics are becoming a sediment at the depth due to their weight, and some might float in the surfaces or the water surfaces. So this life cycle is becoming an issue for us, since we need to break this life cycle in order to consume less toxic or less harmful products for us. Moreover, microplastics in an ecosystem can be divided into primary microplastics and secondary microplastics. The primary ones are direct products from industrial abrasives, from some of the medical products like dental, food, polish, and personal care products, drilling fluids, raw materials or sub-products, or some of the improper handling or medical equipments or medical products as well. They are directly released into the into the system. Due to recycling from sandblasting and from micro-cleansing of beads or personal care products. When we look at the secondary microplastics, they might become from a general littering, plastic waste dumping, discarded fishing gears, landfill abrasions, fibers released from the synthetic textiles, the clothing, ship-generated litter, fibers from the hygienic products, some of the plastic materials from organic waste and other polymer products. More importantly, the marine litter from fishing gear from dumping yards are increasing because of the increased fishing. And the other aspect of the microplastics are considered as bioavailable, which can go through the food web, which is one of the major issues we need to discuss. So industrial activities and plastics litter go through withering process through the UV mechanization or microbial products, which can be into small particles that can be ingested by fishes, seabirds, aquatic life. So it will be bioavailable for other organisms within the food web. Since they have a relatively large surface area, they are very prone to adhere to waterborne organic pollutants and contribute to leaching of plasticizers that are toxic. That we can see, generally we can see it in the beach or in the water surfaces that might flow. So these go through the trophic levels and produce different absorptions and then absorb through these organic products and become toxic. So it adheres to heavy metal as well. As I mentioned earlier, it comes into the carbon cycle as well. So the withering process making it very hard for us to control this ignominious issue. Okay, let's move how it is come into the food web. It could be the ingestion of microplastic through food chain with the bioaccumulation. So here you can see in the zooplankton, the microplastics are consumed and then the impact is very dangerous since it is consumed by almost all the zooplanktons. It might be different size. So the impact is very harmful for other living organisms in the marine biosystem. So how microplastics are coming to the fish? As I mentioned earlier, this could be from the primary sources like plastic product industry, or the waste might be disposed directly to the sea or maybe through the dumping sites. So when scoring, it makes the plastics into smaller sizes which can be consumed by fishes and as well as zooplanktons or phytoplanktons, and then it is ingested or eaten by the larger fishes that we used to eat, which is finally end up on our bodies. As I mentioned earlier, it is not only on the marine, but the terrestrial environments also going through with this kind of transfer. So Currently, what is happening, the studies or the publications on impact of microplastics in fishes and as well as human is increasing day by day. Because of this issue has been raised by several studies all over the world. Here you can see the first one is in 2012. There are 68 studies on microplastic impact on fish populations. When it comes to around 10 years, 2022, roughly 2021, you can see around 5,000 publications. So the reporting of microplastic issue has been increasing, which is on one side is good. On the other side, we should control that issue. How we are going to do, we will discuss on later slides. So the impact of human, which is also increased throughout the year progressively. In 2012 it was 73 studies, and in 2021 it has been increased to 8,213 studies. So lately it has been picked up, and the impact are studied by the scientific community all over the world. How we can consume or expose to microplastic? It could be through the ingestion, or it might be inhalation. Since the microplastic size are very smaller, microscopic size, so we cannot see in the naked eyes. So the inhalation might be possible, and dermal contact through the context of the skins. For some, the dermal contact might produce skin abrasions or skin diseases as well. Let's move to the Indonesian side of the issue. That is the largest marine megabiodiversity area in the world. On the other hand, Indonesia is the second highest producer of plastic waste pollution into the marine ecosystem, just second after China. Moreover, the aquatic biota is the main food for the people around the coastal areas, not only coastal areas, but also the mainland people. The studies or the highest contamination of microplastic was found in the waters of Jakarta, West Java and East Java, which are densely populated. So the main reason for the contamination is none other than us, the human. $165,000 tons of plastic debris polluted Indonesia's marine environment annually. Based on 2019 reports, the challenge of plastic and marine debris requires a robust national response to curb the significant impact on Indonesian marine biodiversity. And it is communities and it is economy. Since it is the life, the socio-economic impact is totally dependent on the marine ecosystems of the Indonesians mostly. So it should be considered to safeguard them, safeguard the ecosystem, and safeguard their socio-economic impact. Studies on microplastic from Indonesia. These are some of the studies that looked at the surface waters of marine environments in Indonesia, southwestern Sumatran waters, Bintan, Supermundun Archipelago, West Nusa Tenggara, coastal areas of Nusa Penida, Bali, and coastal waters of Bangka, East Java, Surabaya, South Sulawesi, South Sumatra, Benua Bay Estuary, Bali. These are some of the studies reported of the existence of microplastic in the sediments in the Sumatra West Coast, Java Sea, Bantan Bay, some of the areas of Jakarta. So, the plummeting plastic emission to marine ecosystem in Indonesia might have a larger impact on forthcoming days or in the near future. Therefore, we are compelled to reduce it, to reduce the global plastic emission to the ocean in order to protect global biodiversity. Academic community in Indonesia is proactively engaged in it. So we should appreciate, and I would like to encourage the next generation researchers also to focus or to include more studies on microplastics and its impacts. So what's the way forward? There is no central coordination in microplastic studies in Indonesia, since the goals and methodologies used different based on the researchers' objective. So there should be a concentrated, coordinated impact to study almost all the other islands. The studies are more focused on some of the mainland marine ecosystems, but it should be transformed to the other islands as well. Impact of marine living organisms are less focused, since there are very limited number of studies on fishes and all the other biotas like zooplanktons or phytoplanktons, the shark or the whales or the other organisms in a broader terms. Impact of coral triangle in Indonesia should be studied also, since it is a global marine biodiversity hotspot. Okay, more importantly, how we can reduce the plastic use is one of the valid questions for the current era. There are two simple suggestions that I could tell, but we should focus more on the impact of the studies as well. Reduce your use of single-use plastics. Try to reuse the plastics. Reduce plastic dependency. Support legislation to curb plastic production and waste. Not to dump them to the marine ecosystem. Recycle properly. Participate on beach or river cleanup. Avoid products containing microbeads. Spread the word which we are compelled to conserve our marine ecosystem. They should be informed loud and clear for the next generation and the current generation in order to safeguard the marine ecosystem. Last but not least, support the organizations addressing plastic pollution. For my personal understanding, which is like all over the world, so this is the time to act upon to spread the word. Okay, another interesting paper came out recently, that is on identification of the quantification of microplastic using smartphone enabled rapid quantification. I think there is an important step forward that we all can contribute. We need to make an essay and then go through the UV light under and then using MATLAB algorithms to find out the microplastic. This might increase or speed up the studies on impact of microplastics. For example, we do these studies in 2016, 18 or 19 and the papers came out only in 2021, 22. So which is almost a 2-3 year gap. Meanwhile, that impact might have been increased to another level. So therefore, rapid identification might improve or enhance or to support us to tell the people to reduce the plastic use or reduce the dumping of plastic into the marine ecosystem. So these are references And thank you very much for your patience and participation. I welcome questions from your side.
Okay. All right, thank you so much for Dr. Munib. Such an interesting topic, because if I can adopt my lecture statement, microplastic for the marine researcher is one of the sexiest topic nowadays, because it's really like a big research topic, especially in Indonesia. We are really shocked for the first time that one of the researchers, if I right, it's Jambek in 2010, said Indonesia is the second largest contributor of the marine debris, and the most of the debris is plastic waste, and the plastic waste will be the microplastic, and the microplastic will bioaccumulate in fish, and the fish will eat by the human, and microplastic itself will affect the health of the human. So it's really shocking fact for us people in Indonesia. All right, thank you, Dr. Munib, for the presentation. We will moving on to the next session. It's a question answer session. So for all the participants that have a question, you can ask directly by raising your hand, or you can give us the question in a Zoom chat. So please, if there is a question, is there any question? Okay, we have a question in a Zoom chat. The question to Dr. Munib Mustafa. The question is it possible to breed commercial fish that are able to digest and dispose microplastic from the metabolism in their body? From Shafa Putri, Marine Science Study Program. Okay, and
Yep, it's an interesting question actually.
Yeah.
But we need to study that actually.
Yeah, but
we need to find a few species that could do the betterment for us in such a way.
Yes, true.
It should be researched.
Yeah.
Marine microplastic studies are on the emergence, which I have shown you earlier. So, better, yeah, it's for us. We should find it. Yeah, let's go ahead with that.
All right, then we should find it. Is it already found?
No, not yet.
Oh, not yet. So, could be, but it's still on research, right?
Indeed.
Okay.
Let's work on that.
All right. Like that, Shafa. I hope it can answer your question. And then we also have question from someone. I think I saw the raised hand before. Okay, from Wanang Tridinarko. Can you open your mic?
Thank you.
Okay. So please, the time is yours.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Wanang Tridinarko from Animal Science Part. I have question for Mr. Heri Dwi Purwanto. Do you think the winter will impact on male burgo behavior? Because we know Bengkulu have low land level like Sluma and high level land like Kepaya. Thank you.
Okay, so for Dr. Heri, There's a question from Wana. You already got the question, right? Okay, so please.
Thank you, Wanang. May I answer the question? Okay. Thank you, Wanang, for the question. And based on the our serial research result, and I remember one of the co-researcher is Dr. Sari. She was working on the impact of the geographical land on the distribution of Burgo chicken in Kepahyang and Curup Regency, as I can remember. So your question is about the impact of the weather on the reproduction. Until today, I believe weather can do something on the physiological regulation in our body, in another species also. But especially when we talk about chicken, Burgo chicken itself, we couldn't find any data regarding that impact, the weather impact on the reproduction. Maybe we have to realize that Burgo chicken is an endemic species in Bengkulu province. So maybe for 100 years or maybe since 1,000 years ago, this species had good adaptation to the environment itself. So maybe I believe there is no specific or significant effect of weather on the reproduction. But I also believe we should continue the study, the research regarding this matter to discover the clearly impact on the reproduction.
Okay. So for now, it's still not sure yet, right?
That's right.
Okay, then we should research more about it, because from what I know, the weather is impact in the temperature, and the temperature itself, it will impact the metabolism of the body. So,
that's right.
Yeah. So that's the answer, Wana. Is it clear enough?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So there's a raised hand again here from Jeffrey Susanto. Jeffrey Susanto.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe sorry.
Maybe.
Because there are several raised hands, maybe we can collect it first and then answer it later. Okay. The first question, please, Jeffrey Susanto. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jeffrey Susanto. I'm from University of Bengkulu. I have question to Mr. Heri Dwi Putranto. How did Mr. Heri Dwi Putranto respond to the decline in the population of Burgo chicken in Bengkulu? What are the causes and what steps will be taken to overcome these problems, and how to maintain the purity of the Burgo chicken line? Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. Maybe I will read the question for another speaker first. There's a question for Dr. Raja Ili. The question is, which one do you prefer? Artificial insemination or embryo transfer for traditional farmer? That's the question. Okay, first maybe Dr. Harry can answer the question about the decline of Burgo chicken.
Okay, thank you for the question. Jepri Susanto, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. How can I answer this question? Because in our research, we found that for the last 10 years, the population of Burgo is in a static, how to say that, it's stable. We couldn't find any proof about the decline population, because in marginal area in Bengkulu province, such as in regencies of Rejang Lebong, in Kepahyang, or in central Bengkulu, we found there is a culture reason for the Burgo keeper to cultivate their own chicken, and they didn't find or didn't catch any Burgo chicken from the forest. So if this kind of conservation activities, we can keep that Burgo population in a stable situation, in stable condition, if we can promote that kind of activities. And I hope by publish the research result, or maybe by doing this program, dissemination of the Bengkulu local and endemic species population in front of the audiences, I can do something to keep about the population, and to us Bengkulunese people out there, that there is no good reason for us to catch the animal from their in situ habitat without any without any conservation or biological reasons. So we have to think clearly. We have to take responsibility to preserve our own nature. But Jeffrey, for right now, I believe we still have no data about the decline population itself. Thank you.
Okay, so Jeffrey, fortunately, we still have the stable population of the Burgo chicken. So if we have decline, maybe next, but hopefully not, right?
That's right.
We have conservation way to make the population go higher, maybe like that, right? Jeffrey, is it clear enough?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, then the next question to Dr. Raja Ili is about AI or embryo transfer is the best for the traditional farmer.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the question. So actually the question have been asked ample time by the farmers themselves here in Malaysia. What I would like to know from the farmers first is their objective of having the reproductive technology in their farm. Because AI and embryo transfer are two different things. So in AI, what you have is a frozen semen. So basically half of the whole animal. If you wanted to do AI, you have to have a good female in the farm. If you wanted to have a genetic improvement. So then when you inserted the frozen semen, you will then get a desired offspring, one thing. However, embryo transfer is where you have the whole embryo, which is more costly, of course, and you transfer it into a surrogate female. It costs a lot, one thing. Another one is it has a lower success rate compared to artificial insemination that I mentioned earlier. So we have to look at the objective of the farmers first. I would like to suggest that the farmer learn or make it a common practice for AI first, and then after having the offspring, they would then unable to have a better breeding management. Because in order to have a healthy offspring, a healthy animal in a specific farm, they have to cover three things. First is the nutrition, second is the breed themselves, and the third one is the environment. So they have to learn about the environment, the management, and of course this covers the nutrition, what type of feed do they give to the animals in order for them to grow and have a specific weight that they desire, and of course having the genetic improvement, which this relates to the breed. So having the farmers understand first what they would like to achieve is much more important. And then after that, the consultation from university and of course other researchers can then come in hand. Thank you. I hope that is clear.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rajaili. So it depends on the condition first, and then maybe the farmer can practice both of them, and which are the best solution for them, right? Like that, maybe, yeah? Okay. So for the next question. Okay. So then there is no question again. If there is no question again, then we will finish the session for the question and answer. Now we are going to give the keynote speakers the certificate for the appreciation for them. The first one certificate will be given to Associate Professor Munib M. Mustafa. Thank you, sir, for the contribution today, and hopefully you can come to UNIB and do the microplastic research together. For your information, I'm also the marine scientist.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the second one, we will give it to Associate Professor Rajaili Ariana binti Raja Khalif. Also, thank you so much, Dr. Rajaili, for the excellent presentation today. We really get a lot of knowledge from you about the reproductive technology. And then the last but not least is the certificate for Associate Professor Heri Dwi Putranto. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for welcome to here.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. So then, that's the end of the keynote speaker session. I hope you enjoy the IUCA 2022 for the parallel session next. Thank you so much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Jikalau ku melihat gunung laut membiru, kulihat indah wajahnya Indonesiaku. Jikalau ku mendengar Indonesiaku, kulihat sinar matanya menyinari cakrawala, menguning hijau alamnya, warnai bumi Indonesiaku. Jikalau ku melihat gunung laut membiru, kulihat indah wajahnya Indonesiaku.
Thank you very much, keynote speakers, and thank you very much, the moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, we just finished the main session. We hope you get a lot of knowledge, insights, and ideas from all the keynote speakers. After this, we will take a break, and we will enter the parallel session at 1:30 p.m. GMT +7, Western Indonesia time. The parallel session will be divided into 7 rooms categorized by the paper topics. Please take your rooms on the program book and be on time. We also broadcast this event on YouTube live streaming, so please check the links that will be shared by the committee. So enjoy your presentation and discussion. See you on another occasion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
See the world. It's incredibly beautiful. Sometimes it's hard to see beauty. All we see is in imperfection. See the world. It's incredibly beautiful. Sometimes it's hard to see beauty. All we see is in imperfection. This world that we live in. This is beauty all around us. Beauty that can only be seen with open eyes.
Fakultas Pertanian Bengkulu berdiri tahun 1982 bersamaan dengan berdirinya Universitas Bengkulu. Saat itu dengan 5 fakultas di Universitas Bengkulu. Fakultas Pertanian yang telah berkiprah selama 40 tahun telah memberikan kemanfaatan yang banyak bagi percepatan pembangunan di sektor pertanian. Adapun fokus kerja peningkatan mutu menuntun Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu untuk mencapai visi misi yang mengacu kepada rencana strategis Universitas Bengkulu. Maka visi Fakultas Pertanian adalah tahun 2025 Fakultas Pertanian menjadi institusi bereputasi internasional dalam pengembangan tropis dan pengelolaan ekosistem pesisir. Dalam mewujudkan visi tersebut dijalankan dengan 4 misi, yaitu pertama, meningkatkan relevansi dan kualitas pendidikan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berbudaya dan berdaya saing internasional. Yang kedua, peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia untuk dapat memiliki daya saing. Yang ketiga, peningkatan relevansi dan hilirisasi penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang inovatif. Yang keempat adalah peningkatan budaya tata kelola inovatif dan integratif serta pengembangan unit bisnis.
Hello everyone. Faculty of Agriculture support the development of University of Bengkulu. University of Bengkulu aims to be one of the recognized university internationally. Therefore, University of Bengkulu focus for research and community services in developing coastal area, managing tropical rainforests, and developing agriculture in tropical area. Therefore, our professors are doing research in terms of managing coastal area, developing agriculture in coastal area, management of tropical rainforests, and many others. Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu also develop collaborations with many institutions. Locally, we collaborate with local government, we collaborate with private sectors, we collaborate with communities. Nationally, we collaborate with other universities in Indonesia, we collaborate with central government, we collaborate with companies in national scale. Internationally, we collaborate with many universities around the world. For example, from Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Turkey. By doing these collaborations, we hope that we could develop and enhance our academic activities in order to support the development of University Bengkulu and reach its goal to be one recognized internationally university in Indonesia.
Fakultas Pertanian sudah bertransformasi menjadi 13 program studi yang terdiri dari 8 program studi S1, 3 program studi S2, dan 2 program studi S3. Dengan jumlah mahasiswa sekitar 3.236 mahasiswa. Untuk memberikan pelayanan yang optimal kepada mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian disupport dan memiliki dosen sebanyak 190 orang. Dari 190 orang tersebut, yang merupakan guru besar sebanyak 24 orang, lektor kepala 69 orang, lektor 52 orang, asisten ahli 28 orang, dan tenaga pengajar 17 orang. Sebagai supporting system, Fakultas Pertanian disupport oleh 66 tenaga kependidikan untuk kegiatan perkuliahan dan praktikum. Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 gedung yang terdiri dari gedung administrasi, gedung laboratorium, dan gedung perkuliahan. Khusus untuk perkuliahan S1, kita fokuskan di gedung kuliah bersama 1 dan administrasi pasca sarjana, kita fokuskan di gedung pasca sarjana. Pada tahun 2022 ini, kita akan kembangkan greenhouse bertambah menjadi 2 unit sehingga pada awal tahun depan kita menargetkan ada 5 unit greenhouse untuk meningkatkan pelayanan kepada mahasiswa.
Menjadi bagian lebih dari 3.200 mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu merupakan sesuatu yang membanggakan. Kami mengajak rekan-rekan sekalian untuk terus berkarya membangun pertanian Indonesia. Ada 8 himpunan mahasiswa dan 3 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang akan mengasah kemampuan prestasi kita. Teman-teman tidak hanya fokus kepada bidang studi yang kalian lakukan, geluti, tetapi kalian bisa mengembangkan lebih dari itu. Kegiatan-kegiatan minat dan bakat, olahraga, seni, budaya, teknologi, robotik, multimedia ada di fakultas ini. Oleh karena itu, kami menunggu Anda berkarya lebih, berprestasi lebih di fakultas tercinta, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu. Mudah berkarya.
Fakultas Pertanian Bengkulu berdiri tahun 1982 bersamaan dengan berdirinya Universitas Bengkulu. Saat itu dengan 5 fakultas di Universitas Bengkulu. Fakultas Pertanian yang telah berkiprah selama 40 tahun telah memberikan kemanfaatan yang banyak bagi percepatan pembangunan di sektor pertanian. Adapun fokus kerja peningkatan mutu menuntun Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu untuk mencapai visi misi yang mengacu kepada rencana strategis Universitas Bengkulu. Maka visi Fakultas Pertanian adalah tahun 2025 Fakultas Pertanian menjadi institusi bereputasi internasional dalam pengembangan tropis dan pengelolaan ekosistem pesisir. Dalam mewujudkan visi tersebut dijalankan dengan 4 misi, yaitu pertama, meningkatkan relevansi dan kualitas pendidikan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berbudaya dan berdaya saing internasional. Yang kedua, peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia untuk dapat memiliki daya saing. Yang ketiga, peningkatan relevansi dan hilirisasi penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang inovatif. Yang keempat adalah peningkatan budaya tata kelola inovatif dan integratif serta pengembangan unit bisnis.
Hello everyone. Faculty of Agriculture support the development of University of Bengkulu. University of Bengkulu aims to be one of the recognized university internationally. Therefore, University of Bengkulu focus for research and community services in developing coastal area, managing tropical rainforests, and developing agriculture in tropical area. Therefore, our professors are doing research in terms of managing coastal area, developing agriculture in coastal area, management of tropical rainforests, and many others. Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu also develop collaborations with many institutions. Locally, we collaborate with local government, we collaborate with private sectors, we collaborate with communities. Nationally, we collaborate with other universities in Indonesia, we collaborate with central government, we collaborate with companies in national scale. internationally, we collaborate with many universities around the world. For example, from Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Turkey. By doing these collaborations, we hope that we could develop and enhance our academic activities in order to support the development of University Bengkulu and reach its goal to be one recognized internationally university in Indonesia.
Fakultas Pertanian sudah bertransformasi menjadi 13 program studi yang terdiri dari 8 program studi S1, 3 program studi S2, dan 2 program studi S3. Dengan jumlah mahasiswa sekitar 3.236 mahasiswa. Untuk memberikan pelayanan yang optimal kepada mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian disupport dan memiliki dosen sebanyak 190 orang. Dari 190 orang tersebut yang merupakan guru besar sebanyak 24 orang, lektor kepala 69 orang, lektor 52 orang, asisten ahli 28 orang, dan tenaga pengajar 17 orang. Sebagai supporting system, Fakultas Pertanian disupport oleh 66 tenaga kependidikan untuk kegiatan perkuliahan dan praktikum. Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 gedung yang terdiri dari gedung administrasi, gedung laboratorium, dan gedung perkuliahan. Khusus untuk perkuliahan S1, kita fokuskan di gedung kuliah bersama 1 dan administrasi pasca sarjana kita fokuskan di gedung pasca sarjana. Pada tahun 2022 ini kita akan kembangkan greenhouse bertambah menjadi 2 unit sehingga pada awal tahun depan kita menargetkan ada 5 unit greenhouse untuk meningkatkan pelayanan kepada mahasiswa.
Menjadi bagian lebih dari 3.200 mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu merupakan sesuatu yang membanggakan. Kami mengajak rekan-rekan sekalian untuk terus berkarya membangun pertanian Indonesia. Ada 8 himpunan mahasiswa dan 3 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang akan mengasah kemampuan prestasi kita. Teman-teman tidak hanya fokus kepada bidang studi yang kalian lakukan, geluti, tetapi kalian bisa mengembangkan lebih dari itu. Kegiatan-kegiatan minat dan bakat, olahraga, seni, budaya, teknologi, robotik, multimedia ada di fakultas ini. Oleh karena itu, kami menunggu Anda berkarya lebih, berprestasi lebih di fakultas tercinta, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu. Mudah berkarya.
Fakultas Pertanian Bengkulu berdiri tahun 1982 bersamaan dengan berdirinya Universitas Bengkulu. Saat itu dengan 5 fakultas di Universitas Bengkulu. Fakultas Pertanian yang telah berkiprah selama 40 tahun telah memberikan kemanfaatan yang banyak bagi percepatan pembangunan di sektor pertanian. Adapun fokus kerja peningkatan mutu menuntun Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu untuk mencapai visi misi yang mengacu kepada rencana strategis Universitas Bengkulu. Maka visi Fakultas Pertanian adalah tahun 2025 Fakultas Pertanian menjadi institusi bereputasi internasional dalam pengembangan tropis dan pengelolaan ekosistem pesisir. Dalam mewujudkan visi tersebut dijalankan dengan 4 misi, yaitu pertama, meningkatkan relevansi dan kualitas pendidikan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berbudaya dan berdaya saing internasional. Yang kedua, peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia untuk
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read today's agenda. First, the first session is the presentation of the invited speakers, about 20 minutes, and will be ended with Q&A, about 10 minutes. And the second
Okay, I want to talk about CV of Assistant Professor Rahima Wamadesa, PhD. Yeah, she has a research interest about herbal plant production and extraction, plant cell regeneration via tissue culture from somatic and genetic cell, micro propagation of tropical species, crop, ornamental, or woody plant, molecular mechanism and physiology controlling in plant, and epigenetic modification, particularly DNA modification. She graduated PhD from University of Reading, UK, and she published some research and project. Yeah, many publisher. Yeah, many publisher. Okay, I think we please Dr. Rahima to present her paper for this conference. Time for you, please. I see. Unmute. Yeah. Please unmute.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'd like to share the video for a while.
Yang menghitung jam siapa? Ini berapa menit ya? 30 menit ya? Nah, si Dr. Rahima ya. Yang ada fotonya siapa saja yang tanda ini? Siapa videonya semua ya? Yang ditandai tentang video adalah Sukiti. Excuse me, Dr. Raima, I cannot hear your voice.
But also the key step of the okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session. I'm right now already sound. Did you hear? My
Yes,
voice?
yes, that's good.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session. I'm right now already sound. From Faculty of Al-Mukhtar. This is of the Rajabhat University. I would like to talk about my research entitled Identification of two osmotically iron-dependent oxygenase and the possible link to molecular regulation of flooding stress response in rice. Well, why we are interested in rice, as we have known that rice is although it results in huge economic loss. As the United States Climate Council or IUCA in 2022 has stated that rice production may be 507.99 million metric tons in the year 2022 to 2023. But in the year 2021, it was 510.08 billion metric tons, which decrease of 7.8, with decrease of 7.08 billion tons, or 1.38% in rice productions around the globe. How does rice cope with flooding stress? As we know, unlike animals, plants cannot move to avoid such stresses, so they have to adapt by develop numerous mechanisms to dealing with stress tolerance. And naturally, rice can tolerate the shallow flooding, but most rice varieties will die if completely submerged for more than a few days. Do you think, are there other regulators of flooding survival response in rice? Previous research has revealed that SUB1A protein, which conferred by SUB1 locus gene on chromosome 9, provides effective tolerance of long permanence to diverse splice excision. But it's not a solution for flooding tolerance, because you can see that in submergence variety, there is SUB1A1 gene, but in submergence intolerance variety, it doesn't show SUB1A1 on SUB1 locus. So for this reason, we endeavor to investigate other regulators which might be implicated. Additionally, as flooding leads to oxygen depletion in water, and any enzymes are likely to be affected by oxygen availability are also likely to be affected as well. But particularly, to also evaluate iron dependent enzymes might have residues and one aspected residues, and this is one aspected residues, which form the sites responsible for dividing of to also as well as oxygen. It is for the sites which can be binding with the oxygen and oxygen. This is the catalytic domain of this protein. Let's see this scenario that we show you about how is to also tolerate iron dependent oxygenase implicated in rice flooding response. When oxygen is very low, it cannot bind at the active site of this enzyme. The consequent level of product, it is no product here. This might trigger oxygen deficiency signaling, and therefore this enzyme acts as true sensor of oxygen. Thus, we reported that in dicots, an oxygen sensor has been found and regulated the flooding response, but in monocot, particularly in rice, no evidence has been shown for the existence of an oxygen sensor. So, this research aims to study the flooding response of rice at a molecular level with the eventual aim of improving tolerance to flooding. Okay, this diagram show you a set of our experiments. For any dosage, I identify a series of genes encoding to oxoprotein iron dependent oxygenase enzyme by using Pattani tool, CD search tool, and also CNC search tool. And then a series of genes will be selected. And next, in computational work, I produce a detailed analysis of the expression levels for microarray database. And then in practical, I also investigated the expression level of these genes by using qPCR. And finally, the interesting genes will be selected for further study of the link between the 1A and genes encoding to oxoprotein iron dependent oxygenase enzymes. However, for today, I'm going to tell you just only about the results from these three
and choose the
We are sorry for the inconvenience.
Recording in progress.
So I think someone incidentally hit the closed breakout rooms.
Yeah, we are sorry for the trouble. Please join again to the room.
Okay. So
We are very sorry.
okay.
Okay, sorry for interruption. Can I? Okay, I was interrupted.
Yes, Mr. Sawadogo.
Yes.
Recording
You are
stopped.
at room 6. You
Room
may
6
join.
now.
Yeah, You may join the room 6 for the
Yes.
invited
I may
speaker.
join the room 6. Can I put him in the room 6? Sorry.
Okay, wait a minute. We will try.
Okay.
Is there any key in your PC you can join by yourself? Because we cannot put you in the room 6 now.
Okay. Let me restart.
Okay.
The
Please.
room 6. Sorry.
Okay, please, everybody. Yeah. We can discuss the paper of Dr. Rahima. Yeah. Dr. Rahima, I want to tell you about the rice tolerant to flooding. Yeah. Because the variety have the dioxidation enzyme. Yeah. Can we cut the enzyme? Yeah. Can we cut the enzyme and we put into a new species again, yeah, to make the new species tolerant to flooding. Yeah, I think that's one implication of the gain. Yeah, the gain.
So you asked me, can we cut this gene and then
Yeah.
put it in another variety? Yeah. Actually, it's not easy to do that. Yeah, because it's about the the regulation of some is a variety. Sometimes we can do, but sometimes we cannot. We have to aware about the regulating other gene which regulate, down regulate or up regulate.
Yeah, you tell that about two gen, right? One gen sub 1A and gen then 2OG, right? Gen sub 1A and gen 2OG. That's right? Sorry, I cannot hear.
Sorry for that. It's a problem or actually always.
Yeah, that's now good. Yeah, good the voice.
Yeah, I mean that for this research, I focus for two groups of genes.
Yeah.
One is about the sub1A1 gene, or we call sub1 gene sub1 locus, and also the another group of genes which are related to the oxygen. We call the gene which are confer which
Jika ada pertanyaan mengenai untuk join breakout room, bisa langsung tanyakan ke kami. Ya, karena kami melihat banyak sekali yang belum masuk ke dalam room, sementara sesi parallel session ada pada masing-masing room. Ada yang mau presentasi dengan kodenya itu sebenarnya. Ada kode yang mereka harusnya presentasi. Yang kalau Pak namanya pengumuman. Ya, adik-adik nanti presentasi akan dilakukan di room masing-masing. Silakan join the room, baik menggunakan handphone maupun menggunakan komputer. Itu ada tombol breakout room. Beberapa dari adik-adik bisa kami masukkan, tetapi banyak seperti yang belum bisa kami masukkan. Biasanya problemnya ada di settingan Zoom, belum update. Atau rename namanya dengan memberikan kode room yang ingin join. Kami akan mencoba membantu jika ada kode yang diberikan pada rename, pada nama. I will
Recording in progress.
If we see from the coastal to the freshwater, we can see the mangrove type, and this is the mangrove zonation. From this sea part, we can see the Avicennia, Soneratia, and then followed by the Rhizophora, and then Rhizophora with the Bruguera, and then Bruguera and in the freshwater or close to the terrestrial or upland. Siapa itu? Kau. Okay, so however, I want to say to all participants that this is the theory of mangrove related to the substrate or the soil type of the mangrove. Yeah, mangrove is specific for the substrate, for the soil types, like Avicennia and Soneratia is closely to the coral substrate or rocks and sand, but Rhizophora and Bruguera is more close to the clay and mud system, and then the Nipah is also for the mud and then more freshwater. But fact, in the naturally we can see the combination of this Avicennia soneratia, Avicennia and Rhizophora, and Bruguera, and sometimes also Avicennia and Bruguera in field. So there is no what we call, there is no mass, yeah, about this zone. Yeah, the zonation itself is probably it's the capability of mangrove to adapt the environment. Yeah, and this is the mangrove from our side. So if we, I think in Bengkulu, if you walk under the mangrove canopy, this is, you can see the picture in the left. But then if we see the mangrove in the east part of Indonesia, like in Raja Ampat or in several places with the coral reef, we can see the association between mangrove and the coral reef. So this mangrove, if we under the mangrove, and then we can see the mangrove from the side of mangrove. And you can imagine if this coral ecosystem don't have any protection from the mangrove, you can imagine how the runoff from the terrestrial bring the soil and erosion after the rainfall. It will directly affect the coral reef without protection. Yeah, so you can imagine the rainfall, there is no mangrove, and then the water will bleach the sand, the soil, and then the sand and soil just directly flush to the coral reef. What happened? I think we cannot see the blue and clear water of the coral reef. It will be very dark brown without visible of coral reef. Yeah, so this is the mangrove from side. Nowadays, the research of mangrove come from the sky. I think I see the Kang Ah's information about the drone using for the mangrove ecosystem. Yeah, nowadays remote sensing is become the one of the effective and efficient technique to monitor the landscape, including mangrove. So if you can guess which mangrove ecosystem or mangrove tree, please see 1, 2, or 3. Is there? Just keep on your mind 1, 2, or 3. Okay? Okay, let's see the answer. The number 1 actually is the Gunung Leuser National Park in Aceh and North Sumatra. The number 2 is the mangrove ecosystem in Aceh. And the third one is lowland forest in Biak. So when we come or return to the picture, we can see like the water line on the picture number 2. Yeah. Then we can come up with an hypothesis that mangrove is wetland. Yeah. So it will be close to the mangrove ecosystem. So this like association between mangrove and the waters more effective when we conducted research by remote sensing. Then the question also came with the function of mangrove. This is what I want to say. Make it simple, make it easy to digest. So all participants, when I have mangrove training from one of mangrove expert from Japan, Hattori Hiroyuki, on that moment, he mentioned this information. You can imagine the mangrove ecosystem as house, or in Indonesia we can call rumah. Yeah, rumah, so house. But in English, house is only for physical function. Physical function, house. So they also have term home sweet home. House, sometimes not home. But mangrove, house, and also serve as home. So house is function is physical. They have roof. So the roof itself can give protection from sunlight, intensity of UV and so on, and the heavy rainfall. And then also house is like wall, have wall, street density protection from strong wind, high tide and wave. And also mangrove serve as floor or the root system for the ground from soil and water protection. So we can see many places in Sumatra have sedimentation and the land is larger than before. So not the coastline is not lost, but add and going further to the sea, not to the terrestrial or the upland, because the sedimentation and the mangrove make it more stable. Okay, then the mangrove as home. So when we say home, it's just like services. We will feel like homey at home, feel like comfort. Yeah, mangrove have kitchen, serve as kitchen, like our home, our dining room. So mangrove forest is service for food resources, not only for aquatic resources like fish, crabs, shrimp, but also like birds, mammals, reptiles. Yeah, many what we call animal depend on mangrove ecosystem. Yeah, and then living room. Yeah, di rumah at home we have living room, just relax. Yeah, but then mangrove also serve like for nursery area. They raise the what we call the young mammals. They raise the young fish, young birds. Okay? And mangrove also serve as bedroom. Yeah, when we mention bedroom for the adult people, it's like for the spawning. Yeah, how they can regenerative. Yeah, make a new kids. Yeah, so they can have more what we call population, increasing the population. Yeah, but then mangrove also serve as a bathroom. Yeah, we know mangrove will collect the sedimentation from the river and collected in mangrove, and then the concentration of the pollution will be lower than before, try to absorb. And also mangrove will collect waste from the marine ecosystem or from the sea. Nowadays is more familiar with the microplastic traps in mangrove ecosystem. And as the previous slide, we know that mangrove is important in microclimate. So now mangrove serve as air conditioner. Yeah, so when you imagine mangrove for climate, okay, it's like air conditioner. Just try to try to make the climate or the global warming a little bit slowly. And then nowadays, mangrove become the new ecotourism trend, new playing ground, new home theater as ecotourism trends. Yeah, it's similar or in line with the IUCN and the WWF mentioned in 2014. So yeah, I mentioned this is from the Professor Hataro Hiroyuki in 2003. So almost similar with the mangrove function as home and house. Yeah, how mangrove is important to us as human, but also for environment in whole. Okay, let's go to the final part, ground check and lesson learned. So all participants, nowadays, the mangrove rehabilitation is continuing and expanding for the potential mangrove rehabilitation site with community-based management. I think in Bengkulu, many company want to show their concern about environment by planting mangrove. They want to protect mangrove. Then they want to develop the mangrove tourism and so on. So this is the flow of the rehabilitation in Aceh 17 years ago, mangrove planting, how they collect and plant in
Recording in
the canopy
progress.
is large, but then periodically they will cut the branch. So it doesn't mean the deforestation happened. It just for manage manage the aquaculture site. Okay. Okay. Then almost the same period, to all participants, please carefully see this image in 2004. There is an estuarine in Banda Aceh. The wetland is covering by mangrove, and 2005 is damaged and destroyed. 2009, the land reform was slowly but sure developed in the estuarine area. But then we can see small patch or tree areas. But the fact is, it's not mangrove. It's not mangrove. Yeah. Since 2009 and after the tsunami, this area and the land reform in this area dominantly from the sea or from the marine ecosystem. So it changed the substrate or the soil. Previously, the mud system and from the river is dominant, but then after the tsunami, the substrate is changed become sand. So the mangrove cannot growing there, and it replaced by the casuarina, or we call cemara laut. So many people try to planting mangrove, but after few weeks and months, it's died, totally died. So please carefully to understand that when we want to rehabilitate several sites with mangrove, please make sure the environment is suitable for the mangrove. And also please carefully keep on your mind that not all coastal area is suitable for mangrove, because sometimes it's more appropriate for other coastal vegetation like casuarina or terminalia catapa, or we call catapang, and others vegetation. Yeah, so please consider specific vegetation for rehabilitation. Okay, and this also the information about mangrove covers in Indramayu. Many people and studies say that mangrove in north part of Java was destroyed because of shrimp activity and aquaculture. But then also the fact emerged that in 1985 by Landsat image, several site is submerged. There is no land and there is no mangrove, there is no ponds. But then the sedimentation increasing, and the mangrove planting activities actually make this land is larger than before, or in Indonesia we called tanah timbul. Yeah, so in Indramayu there is tanah timbul. So many people think there is a new land. Then we have right to use. Have right to use. So, and yeah, after from 2008 to 2016, if I'm not mistaken, many NGO collaborate with the private sector planting mangrove, and nowadays the mangrove in Indramayu is more what we call larger than before, and then the land is more stable than before. Yeah, yeah. This is the information also that the mangrove planting can contribute only in to 12 years planting, contribute the potential carbon storage to 51 ton and sequestration to 189 ton per hectare. And it shows that the community initiation can become a good and very important example how we can rehabilitate or restore the mangrove ecosystem. And the last, we have to consider non-extractive utilities of mangrove. In this case, if we see the mangrove forest still large, the canopy is still very good. So the option for the managing this mangrove area is tourism without open the forest, without logging the forest, and without extractive activities. And this is one of the example in Karangsong. We can canoeing, we can bird watching, we can trekking, and so on. And for the last slide about the carbon and climate change, please be careful about this comparison. Which more important, which less important, mangrove or terrestrial forest? Then we have to agree that both are important. There is no less important and there is no more superior than others. Why? Because when we try to planting mangrove, then we forgot about the terrestrial forest. The mangrove itself doesn't work. It doesn't work for the climate change. Yeah. So the mangrove integrated management based on ecosystem connectivity and ecosystem services. Yeah. So I think it will be my last pages. So terima kasih, thank you, arigato gozaimasu.
Okay,
Thank you, Kang As.
Thank you, Kang Chandra. Very interesting presentation. Okay, everyone, any question? Please raise your hand. So we have 10 minutes for this Q&A session. 3 questions first, maybe? Okay, Surya, expected. Okay, Surya first, Barka, Dani, and the last one. Who is the last lucky one? Okay, okay, just 2 questions first. Okay, Surya, you can ask your question.
Thank you for the chance. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Surya Mardiana from Forestry. Here, I'm sorry if my English was not really good, because here we try to use English. Talking about climate change, I just remember about the things that ever viral in the previous time. It's about climate justice. Bapak said that Indonesia is one of important country who contribute in the contribute in the world about the carbon, right? Then here mangrove is the one of the contribute important contribute to about the carbon, right? Then right now I just see that more about conservation than multiplying mangrove like that, because there is also a lot of damage that occur in the mangrove forest, right? What your opinion about that case? Once more.
Okay, carry on.
If we have reproduced this mangrove and success, is there another benefit that we can get from the mangrove, like for the wood, the leaves, or other part like that. Maybe is that my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Surya Martiana. That's interesting question. Okay, before Kang Chandra forget about the question, so please answer
I
it
will
first
answer
before
first.
we
Okay. Okay.
just before
Okay.
we
Yes.
move to the next question. Okay,
Okay.
please,
So
Kang Chandra.
thank you for Surya Mardiana. Your English is good. Yeah, you don't have to be worried about your English. And we can practice English. Just make it simple terms. And your question is very clear. First, you mentioned about the climate or carbon.
Recording in progress.
Miss Suryana Mideng, time is yours.
I am Suryana Pideng. Um,
Miss Suryana Mideng, are you ready to present your topic now?
Recording in
We do
progress.
gram staining. We know gram staining was used to determine the bacterial cells from the color. We know the purple bacterial cells mean the bacteria are included in gram-positive bacteria because the bacteria are able to bind primary dyes, namely the dyes is complex crystal violet dyes. The red color bacteria means the bacteria are gram-negative bacteria because the bacteria that bind to the substranin is complex. This happened because the crystal violet dissolve when given a bleaching solution due to the gram bacteria. The negative cell wall contains a layer of lipoprotein that will dissolve when they wash with the ethanol and they absorb the secondary color of substranin, and then the bacteria has red color. Based on the result, Gram-10 test on bacteria from isolate BGA species 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and BGR species 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 21, BGB 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and the BGD 30, 33, and 34 in the isolate include 2 gram-positive bacteria, and in bacteria isolate to the BGA species 5, 6, 11, BGR species 50, 80, 90, 20, 20, BGB 22, and the BGD 31 and the 32 where include bacteria gram-negative because the bacteria has the color red color. The next is so we can see the table of identification with Burgess manual. We use the book of Burgess manual to identification the bacteria. We can see the table, the name of isolate code, the arrangement of bacteria, the type, start hydrolysis, citrate motility, catalase, urea, carbohydrate fermentation with glucose, sucrose, and lactose. So we conclusion the genus of bacteria. The first of all, we can see the species 1. We see the arrangement of bacteria is one bacil and the type is bacil. So we know the genus of bacteria is Methylobacillus. For the next genus, we can see the slide from SP1 until SP16. We go to the next slide. For the next slide, it's the same before previous slide. We can see the slide species 70. We see the bacteria arrangement is more bacil and the shape is bacil. So the genus bacteria is bacillus. We can see the slide. So we go to the next slide. The conclusion. The diversity of bacteria consists of 8 genera. Namely is Methylobacillus, Micrococcus, Rhizobium, Planococcus, Agrotobacter, Alkagens, Bacillus, and Rhizobacter. The Methylobacillus genus consists of 1 species with isolate code BGA1 isolate from roots. The Micrococcus genus consists of species with isolate code BGA2 and BGA4 isolate from roots. The Bacillus genus consists of 70 species with isolate code BGA3, BGA7 isolate from roots, BGR9, BGR10, BGR1, BGR40, BGR70 isolate from rhizome, BGB24, BGB25, BGB26, BGB27, BGB28, BGB29 isolate from stem, and BGB30, BGB33, BGB34 isolate from leaf. So the genus of Rhizobium can consist of 7 species with isolate coding DGA5, DGA.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I'm sorry for long waiting. Okay, now I will share the video from Miss Suryana Mideng for the presentation of her paper. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Suryana Mideng, a student of the Faculty of Agriculture at Princess of Naradhiwas University. Today, I would like to present on the topic of effects of calcium chloride on quick cooking home gradangnya brown rice. In recent years, consumers have preferred to eat ready-to-eat food over homemade foods, especially rice, which has been used for a long time for cooking. Quick cooking rice on instant rice is the best choice for them, using 5 to 10 minutes for recook. There are 3 steps to produce quick cooking rice. The first soaking, followed by cooking, and the last is drying. At the soaking step, the rice can absorb water depending on the time and temperature. Moreover, chemicals such as calcium chloride may be added. Home Garanga rice is a local rice of Takbai district, Naradhiwas province, Thailand. The color of brown rice is reddish brown with an elongated oval shape. The cooked brown rice is crumbly but not hard and has a smell like the home Garanga flour. The amylose content is about 22.7% and it contains protein, lipids, carbohydrate, fiber, and ash, shown as table 1. The study and evaluate the property of quick cooking Hongradanga brown rice using different calcium chloride concentration. Native Hongradanga brown rice 100 grams were soaked in 100 millimeter of 0.1 and 3% calcium chloride solution at room temperature for 1 and 3 hours after cooking with an electric cooker with 100
Coffee, sugar, coconut crystal drink for diversification of local food-based product from the archipelago.
Fakultas Pertanian Bengkulu berdiri tahun 1982 bersamaan dengan berdirinya Universitas Bengkulu. Saat itu dengan 5 fakultas di Universitas Bengkulu. Fakultas Pertanian yang telah berkiprah selama 40 tahun telah memberikan kemanfaatan yang banyak bagi percepatan pembangunan di sektor pertanian. Adapun fokus kerja peningkatan mutu menuntun Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu untuk mencapai visi misi yang mengacu kepada rencana strategis Universitas Bengkulu. Maka visi Fakultas Pertanian adalah tahun 2025 Fakultas Pertanian menjadi institusi bereputasi internasional dalam pengembangan tropis dan pengelolaan ekosistem pesisir. Dalam mewujudkan visi tersebut dijalankan dengan 4 misi, yaitu pertama, meningkatkan relevansi dan kualitas pendidikan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berbudaya dan berdaya saing internasional. Yang kedua, peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia untuk dapat memiliki daya saing. Yang ketiga, peningkatan relevansi dan hilirisasi penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang inovatif. Yang keempat adalah peningkatan budaya tata kelola inovatif dan integratif serta pengembangan unit bisnis.
Hello everyone. Faculty of Agriculture support the development of University of Bengkulu. University of Bengkulu aims to be one of the recognized university internationally. Therefore, University of Bengkulu focus for research and community services in developing coastal area, managing tropical rainforests, and developing agriculture in tropical area. Therefore, our professors are doing research in terms of managing coastal area, developing agriculture in coastal area, management of tropical rainforests, and many others. Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu also develop collaborations with many institutions. Locally, we collaborate with local government, we collaborate with private sectors, we collaborate with communities. Nationally, we collaborate with other universities in Indonesia, we collaborate with central government, we collaborate with companies in national scale. Internationally, we collaborate with many universities around the world. For example, from Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Turkey. By doing these collaborations, we hope that we could develop and enhance our academic activities in order to support the development of University Bengkulu and reach its goal to be one recognized internationally university in Indonesia.
Fakultas Pertanian sudah bertransformasi menjadi 13 program studi yang terdiri dari 8 program studi S1, 3 program studi S2, dan 2 program studi S3. Dengan jumlah mahasiswa
Fakultas Pertanian Bengkulu berdiri tahun 1982 bersamaan dengan berdirinya Universitas Bengkulu. Saat itu dengan 5 fakultas di Universitas Bengkulu. Fakultas Pertanian yang telah berkiprah selama 40 tahun telah memberikan kemanfaatan yang banyak bagi percepatan pembangunan di sektor pertanian. Adapun fokus kerja peningkatan mutu menuntun Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu untuk mencapai visi misi yang mengacu kepada rencana strategis Universitas Bengkulu. Maka visi Fakultas Pertanian adalah tahun 2025 Fakultas Pertanian menjadi institusi bereputasi internasional dalam pengembangan tropis dan pengelolaan ekosistem pesisir. Dalam mewujudkan visi tersebut dijalankan dengan 4 misi, yaitu pertama, meningkatkan relevansi dan kualitas pendidikan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berbudaya dan berdaya saing internasional. Yang kedua, peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia untuk dapat memiliki daya saing. Yang ketiga, peningkatan relevansi dan hilirisasi penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang inovatif. Yang keempat adalah peningkatan budaya tata kelola inovatif dan integratif serta pengembangan unit bisnis.
Hello everyone. Faculty of Agriculture support the development of University of Bengkulu. University of Bengkulu aims to be one of the recognized university internationally. Therefore, University of Bengkulu focus for research and community services in developing coastal area, managing tropical rainforests, and developing agriculture in tropical area. Therefore, our professors are doing research in terms of managing coastal area, developing agriculture in coastal area, management of tropical rainforests, and many others. Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu also develop collaborations with many institutions. Locally, we collaborate with local government, we collaborate with private sectors, we collaborate with communities. Nationally, we collaborate with other universities in Indonesia, we collaborate with central government, we collaborate with companies in national scale. Internationally, we collaborate with many universities around the world. For example, from Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Turkey. By doing these collaborations, we hope that we could develop and enhance our academic activities in order to support the development of University Bengkulu and reach its goal to be one recognized internationally university in Indonesia.
Fakultas Pertanian sudah bertransformasi menjadi 13 program studi yang terdiri dari 8 program studi S1, 3 program studi S2, dan 2 program studi S3. Dengan jumlah mahasiswa sekitar 3.236 mahasiswa. Untuk memberikan pelayanan yang optimal kepada mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian disupport dan memiliki dosen sebanyak 190 orang. Dari 190 orang tersebut yang merupakan guru besar sebanyak 24 orang, lektor kepala 69 orang, lektor 52 orang, asisten ahli 28 orang, dan tenaga pengajar 17 orang. Sebagai supporting system, Fakultas Pertanian disupport oleh 66 tenaga kependidikan untuk kegiatan perkuliahan dan praktikum. Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 gedung yang terdiri dari gedung administrasi, gedung laboratorium, dan gedung perkuliahan. Khusus untuk perkuliahan S1, kita fokuskan di gedung kuliah bersama 1, dan administrasi pasca sarjana kita fokuskan di gedung pasca sarjana. Pada tahun 2022 ini kita akan kembangkan greenhouse bertambah menjadi 2 unit sehingga pada awal tahun depan kita menargetkan ada 5 unit greenhouse untuk meningkatkan pelayanan kepada mahasiswa.
Menjadi bagian lebih dari 3.200 mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu merupakan sesuatu yang membanggakan. Kami mengajak rekan-rekan sekalian untuk terus berkarya membangun pertanian Indonesia. Ada 8 himpunan mahasiswa dan 3 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang akan mengasah kemampuan prestasi kita. Teman-teman tidak hanya fokus kepada bidang studi yang kalian lakukan, geluti, tetapi kalian bisa mengembangkan lebih dari itu. Kegiatan-kegiatan minat dan bakat, olahraga, seni, budaya, teknologi, robotik, multimedia ada di fakultas ini. Oleh karena itu, kami menunggu Anda berkarya lebih, berprestasi lebih di fakultas tercinta, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu. Mudah berkarya.
Fakultas Pertanian Bengkulu berdiri tahun 1982 bersamaan dengan berdirinya Universitas Bengkulu. Saat itu dengan 5 fakultas di Universitas Bengkulu. Fakultas Pertanian yang telah berkiprah selama 40 tahun telah memberikan kemanfaatan yang banyak bagi percepatan pembangunan di sektor pertanian. Adapun fokus kerja peningkatan mutu menuntun Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu untuk mencapai visi misi yang mengacu kepada rencana strategis Universitas Bengkulu. Maka visi Fakultas Pertanian adalah tahun 2025 Fakultas Pertanian menjadi institusi bereputasi internasional dalam pengembangan tropis dan pengelolaan ekosistem pesisir. Dalam mewujudkan visi tersebut dijalankan dengan 4 misi, yaitu pertama, meningkatkan relevansi dan kualitas pendidikan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berbudaya dan berdaya saing internasional. Yang kedua, peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia untuk dapat memiliki daya saing. Yang ketiga, peningkatan relevansi dan hilirisasi penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang inovatif. Yang keempat adalah peningkatan budaya tata kelola inovatif dan integratif serta pengembangan unit bisnis.
Hello everyone. Faculty of Agriculture support the development of University of Bengkulu. University of Bengkulu aims to be one of the recognized university internationally. Therefore, University of Bengkulu focus on research and community services in developing coastal area, managing tropical rainforests, and developing agriculture in tropical area. Therefore, our professors are doing research in terms of managing coastal area, developing agriculture in coastal area, management of tropical rainforests, and many others. Faculty of Agriculture University of Bengkulu also develop collaborations with many institutions. Locally, we collaborate with local government, we collaborate with private sectors, we collaborate with communities. Nationally, we collaborate with other universities in Indonesia, we collaborate with central government, we collaborate with companies in national scale. Internationally, we collaborate with many universities around the world. For example, from Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Turkey. By doing these collaborations, we hope that we could develop and enhance our academic activities in order to support the development of University Bengkulu and reach its goal to be one recognized internationally university in Indonesia.
Fakultas Pertanian sudah bertransformasi menjadi 13 program studi yang terdiri dari 8 program studi S1, 3 program studi S2, dan 2 program studi S3. Dengan jumlah mahasiswa sekitar 3.236 mahasiswa. Untuk memberikan pelayanan yang optimal kepada mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian disupport dan memiliki dosen sebanyak 190 orang. Dari 190 orang tersebut yang merupakan guru besar sebanyak 24 orang, lektor kepala 69 orang, lektor 52 orang, asisten ahli 28 orang, dan tenaga pengajar 17 orang. Sebagai supporting system, Fakultas Pertanian disupport oleh 66 tenaga kependidikan untuk kegiatan perkuliahan dan praktikum. Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 gedung yang terdiri dari gedung administrasi, gedung laboratorium, dan gedung perkuliahan. Khusus untuk perkuliahan S1, kita fokuskan di gedung kuliah bersama 1 dan administrasi pasca sarjana kita fokuskan di gedung pasca sarjana. Pada tahun 2022 ini kita akan kembangkan greenhouse bertambah menjadi 2 unit sehingga pada awal tahun depan kita menargetkan ada 5 unit greenhouse untuk meningkatkan pelayanan kepada mahasiswa.
Menjadi bagian lebih dari 3.200 mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu merupakan sesuatu yang membanggakan. Kami mengajak rekan-rekan sekalian untuk terus berkarya membangun pertanian Indonesia. Ada 8 himpunan mahasiswa dan 3 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang akan mengasah kemampuan prestasi kita. Teman-teman tidak hanya fokus kepada bidang studi yang kalian lakukan, geluti, tetapi kalian bisa mengembangkan lebih dari itu. Kegiatan-kegiatan minat dan bakat, olahraga, seni, budaya, teknologi, robotik, multimedia ada di fakultas ini. Oleh karena itu, kami menunggu Anda berkarya lebih, berprestasi lebih di fakultas tercinta, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu. Mudah berkarya.
Fakultas Pertanian Bengkulu berdiri tahun 1982 bersamaan dengan berdirinya Universitas Bengkulu. Saat itu dengan 5 fakultas di Universitas Bengkulu. Fakultas Pertanian yang telah berkiprah selama 40 tahun telah memberikan kemanfaatan yang banyak bagi percepatan pembangunan di sektor pertanian. Adapun fokus kerja peningkatan mutu menuntun Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu untuk mencapai visi misi yang mengacu kepada rencana strategis Universitas Bengkulu. Maka visi Fakultas Pertanian adalah tahun 2025 Fakultas Pertanian menjadi institusi bereputasi internasional dalam pengembangan tropis dan pengelolaan ekosistem pesisir. Dalam mewujudkan visi tersebut dijalankan dengan 4 misi, yaitu pertama, meningkatkan relevansi dan kualitas pendidikan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berbudaya dan berdaya saing internasional. Yang kedua, peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia untuk dapat memiliki daya saing. Yang ketiga, peningkatan relevansi dan hilirisasi penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang inovatif. Yang keempat adalah peningkatan budaya tata kelola inovatif dan integratif serta pengembangan unit bisnis.
Hello everyone. Faculty of Agriculture support the development of University of Bengkulu. University of Bengkulu aims to be one of the recognized university internationally. Therefore, University of Bengkulu focus on research and community services in developing coastal area, managing tropical rainforests, and developing agriculture in tropical area. Therefore, our professors are doing research in terms of managing coastal area, developing agriculture in coastal area, management of tropical rainforests, and many others. Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu also develop collaborations with many institutions. Locally, we collaborate with local government, we collaborate with private sectors, we collaborate with communities. Nationally, we collaborate with other universities in Indonesia, we collaborate with central governments, we collaborate with companies in national scale. Internationally, we collaborate with many universities around the world. For example, from Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Turkey. By doing these collaborations, we hope that we could develop and enhance our academic activities in order to support the development of University Bengkulu and reach its goal to be one recognized internationally university in Indonesia.
Fakultas Pertanian sudah bertransformasi menjadi 13 program studi yang terdiri dari 8 program studi S1, 3 program studi S2, dan 2 program studi S3. Dengan jumlah mahasiswa sekitar 3.236 mahasiswa. Untuk memberikan pelayanan yang optimal kepada mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian disupport dan memiliki dosen sebanyak 190 orang. Dari 190 orang tersebut, yang merupakan guru besar sebanyak 24 orang, lektor kepala 69 orang, lektor 52 orang, asisten ahli 28 orang, dan tenaga pengajar 17 orang. Sebagai supporting system, Fakultas Pertanian disupport oleh 66 tenaga kependidikan untuk kegiatan perkuliahan dan praktikum. Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 gedung yang terdiri dari gedung administrasi, gedung laboratorium, dan gedung perkuliahan. Khusus untuk perkuliahan S1, kita fokuskan di gedung kuliah bersama 1 dan administrasi pasca sarjana, kita fokuskan di gedung pasca sarjana. Pada tahun 2022 ini, kita akan kembangkan greenhouse bertambah menjadi 2 unit sehingga pada awal tahun depan kita menargetkan ada 5 unit greenhouse untuk meningkatkan pelayanan kepada mahasiswa.
Menjadi bagian lebih dari 3.200 mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu merupakan sesuatu yang membanggakan. Kami mengajak rekan-rekan sekalian untuk terus berkarya membangun pertanian Indonesia. Ada 8 himpunan mahasiswa dan 3 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang akan mengasah kemampuan prestasi kita. Teman-teman tidak hanya fokus kepada bidang studi yang kalian lakukan, geluti, tetapi kalian bisa mengembangkan lebih dari itu. Kegiatan-kegiatan minat dan bakat, olahraga, seni, budaya, teknologi, robotik, multimedia ada di fakultas ini. Oleh karena itu, kami menunggu Anda berkarya lebih, berprestasi lebih di fakultas tercinta, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu. Mudah berkarya.
Fakultas Pertanian Bengkulu berdiri tahun 1982 bersamaan dengan berdirinya Universitas Bengkulu. Saat itu dengan 5 fakultas di Universitas Bengkulu. Fakultas Pertanian yang telah berkiprah selama 40 tahun telah memberikan kemanfaatan yang banyak bagi percepatan pembangunan di sektor pertanian. Adapun fokus kerja peningkatan mutu menuntun Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu untuk mencapai visi misi yang mengacu kepada rencana strategis Universitas Bengkulu. Maka visi Fakultas Pertanian adalah tahun 2025 Fakultas Pertanian menjadi institusi bereputasi internasional dalam pengembangan tropis dan pengelolaan ekosistem pesisir. Dalam mewujudkan visi tersebut dijalankan dengan 4 misi, yaitu pertama, meningkatkan relevansi dan kualitas pendidikan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul, berbudaya dan berdaya saing internasional. Yang kedua, peningkatan kualitas sumber daya manusia untuk dapat memiliki daya saing. Yang ketiga, peningkatan relevansi dan hilirisasi penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat yang inovatif. Yang keempat adalah peningkatan budaya tata kelola inovatif dan integratif serta pengembangan unit bisnis.
Hello everyone. Faculty of Agriculture support the development of University of Bengkulu. University of Bengkulu aims to be one of the recognized university internationally. Therefore, University of Bengkulu focus for research and community services in developing coastal area, managing tropical rainforests, and developing agriculture in tropical area. Therefore, our professors are doing research in terms of managing coastal area, developing agriculture in coastal area, management of tropical rainforests, and many others. Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu also develop collaborations with many institutions. Locally, we collaborate with local government, we collaborate with private sectors, we collaborate with communities. Nationally, we collaborate with other universities in Indonesia, we collaborate with central government, we collaborate with companies in national scale. Internationally, we collaborate with many universities around the world. For example, from Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Turkey. By doing these collaborations, we hope that we could develop and enhance our academic activities in order to support the development of University Bengkulu and reach its goal to be one recognized internationally university in Indonesia.
Fakultas Pertanian sudah bertransformasi menjadi 13 program studi yang terdiri dari 8 program studi S1, 3 program studi S2, dan 2 program studi S3. Dengan jumlah mahasiswa sekitar 3.236 mahasiswa. Untuk memberikan pelayanan yang optimal kepada mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian disupport dan memiliki dosen sebanyak 190 orang. Dari 190 orang tersebut yang merupakan guru besar sebanyak 24 orang, lektor kepala 69 orang, lektor 52 orang, asisten ahli 28 orang, dan tenaga pengajar 17 orang. Sebagai supporting system, Fakultas Pertanian disupport oleh 66 tenaga kependidikan untuk kegiatan perkuliahan dan praktikum. Fakultas Pertanian memiliki 11 gedung yang terdiri dari gedung administrasi, gedung laboratorium, dan gedung perkuliahan. Khusus untuk perkuliahan S1, kita fokuskan di gedung kuliah bersama 1 dan administrasi pasca sarjana, kita fokuskan di gedung pasca sarjana. Pada tahun 2022 ini, kita akan kembangkan greenhouse bertambah menjadi 2 unit sehingga pada awal tahun depan kita menargetkan ada 5 unit greenhouse untuk meningkatkan pelayanan kepada mahasiswa.
Menjadi bagian lebih dari 3.200 mahasiswa Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu merupakan sesuatu yang membanggakan. Kami mengajak rekan-rekan sekalian untuk terus berkarya membangun pertanian Indonesia. Ada 8 himpunan mahasiswa dan 3 unit kegiatan mahasiswa yang akan mengasah kemampuan prestasi kita. Teman-teman tidak hanya fokus kepada bidang studi yang kalian lakukan, geluti, tetapi kalian bisa mengembangkan lebih dari itu. Kegiatan-kegiatan minat dan bakat, olahraga, seni, budaya, teknologi, robotik, multimedia ada di fakultas ini. Oleh karena itu, kami menunggu Anda berkarya lebih, berprestasi lebih di fakultas tercinta, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Bengkulu. Mudah berkarya.
and Gymnopus quernopulus. The next page is result. The most common Porphyrin's polyporacea family with as many as 8 species. The Polyporacea family is the most species variety as this family has good adaptation seen from the hard and wood fruit body texture with result that is has tolerance to an environment that is not according with macrofungi. So, macrofungi often have several types of rules such as Platters of Stereos, Auricula, and Sisyphilum common that are able. And some macrofungi contain medical compounds such as Pinopus sanguinus, Polyporus aquarius, Trametus versicolor, Cymatoderma elegans, Ganoderma aplanantum, and Microporus centropus. Environmental factors at the stations were 27.7 degrees Celsius to 30.1 degrees Celsius for temperature, 82% to 95% for humidity, and 59 to 440 lux for the light intensity, which are upgraded condition for macrofungi growth. And last is the conclusion. The first is macrofungi in the Pahang coniferous were found as many 22 species from 12 families. The family with the highest number of species is Polyporacea with 8 species. Environmental factors at the station were 27.7 degrees Celsius to 30.1 degrees Celsius for temperature, 82% to 95% for humidity, and 59 to 440 lux for the light intensity, which are upgraded condition for macrofungi growth. Okay, I think that's all about my presentation. Thank you for watching, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Rifai, for the presentation. And the next agenda, question and answer session, the section 2, the second section, the presentation. The live chat is 3 questions. The first question from Denny Kurniawan to Titi Dwisari. The question from the research, which pathogen is more effective against bibangal endophytic bacteria? Question number 2 from Putri Hezekiel to question to Miss Yena Harmelayati. The question from the research that you have done, which isolate show that the large inhibition and what pathogen are inhibited? Thanks before. And the last question from the Titi Dwisari to Agustiono from the research, what obstacle did you encounter when carrying out this research? Okay, please the answer to okay.
Okay, thank you. I will answer the question from Denny Kurniawan. From the research, 34 isolates of endophytic bacteria that were tested to have anti-activity against 2 pathogenic microbes. As many as 2 isolates could inhibit the growth of Staphylococcus aureus, 27 isolates could inhibit the growth of E. coli, and 5 isolates could inhibit the growth of Candida albicans. So, the result is mean that the isolate of endophytic bacteria from Bangladesh were effective against the E. coli pathogen. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Titi. The next, the answer from the Yena.
Recording in
with the
progress.
finalization of the presentation ended, I asked the moderator would like to thanks to participant the nice presenting for you participant. This interesting the topic and please return to the main room for the closing event. Okay, thank you. See you next. Guys, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay. So you you would like to present your article?
Yeah, I'm going to present my presentation from this computer.
Live or you have already? Okay.
I'm going to do this
you
live.
may.
I guess I'm the only
Okay.
one who's doing it today.
Okay. Okay. Just take a breath first, so you can
Sure.
just relax. Okay. You may.
I'm going to share the screen.
10 minutes. No more 10 minutes, right? Okay.
Yep,
So
not more than 10 minutes.
okay. So please to start.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Hold on. Am I loud and clear? Is my voice on?
Yes, good. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
You
great.
may start.
Okay. Where's the screen? Can you see, guys?
Okay. Okay. Wow. Bit advanced and some technology we have here. Okay,
All
Sama.
right. I'm going to begin my presentation now. So, committee, you may start your timer. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Aisha Putri, and I'm a student from Marine Science Study Program in Faculty of Agriculture, University of Bengkulu. I'm going to present my paper presentation under the title Drone Utilization in Mangrove Ecosystem Inventory in Muara Jinggalu, Bengkulu City. And I did this research along with 3 other people, which 2 of them are coming from the same study program as I do, the Marine Science Study Program, and 1 of them coming from the Department of Forestry in Faculty of Agriculture. All right, let's get started. Let's begin with the introduction. Mangroves data drones. So what are these things? First, let's talk about the mangroves. So this is the spotlight of our topics today. Mangroves are the plants that grows in areas influenced by tides and can be found along the coastline up to the outskirts of rivers in the tropics and subtropics. These plants play crucial function in several aspects: coastal ecology, disaster mitigation, along with educational base and research location, tourism, and also environmental services. Mangroves, ladies and gentlemen, comes in different types and genus, and they also grow in different area of the estuary as well. There are a lot of common misconception about mangroves, that people say mangrove can just live in area with salt contamination in it, but it is wrong. Mangroves still consume the same water as the other plants. They don't consume the salt, they excrete the salt. So that's why mangroves lives, that's how mangroves can live in the estuary. Okay, I have a notification here. All breakout rooms will be closed in 43, 42, 41 seconds.
Oh, it's not by us. It is from the.
I
host,
continue
the host.
or wait until
Yes,
this technical issue resolved. Commenting? Anyone?
Carry on, Saba. Carry on.
Carry on.
It's okay.
Well, they're gonna cut my presentation in 19 seconds, actually.
Yes, it's okay. It's okay.
All right, moving on. Let's talk about the data. So from NASA, this is data from NASA. Over the past 25 years, Indonesia has lost 30.1% or 1.3 million.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Dear committee, host, or the main host, please could you okay, we have still one presenter left. Who is the main room? Okay.
Yeah, we're preparing for the closing ceremony for the.
Pak Agustin, we still have one presenter left. She was presenting her studies. So could you
Okay,
please?
okay, we will wait. Yeah, no worries.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just take your time.
Okay. Here are breakout room again, or which one better?
After that, please go to the main room. We are also preparing for the closing ceremony here.
Okay. So just please create the one breakout room so we can go to there, and then we can return to the main room afterwards. Okay.
See the world. It's incredibly beautiful. Sometimes it's hard to see beauty. All we see is in imperfection. This world that we live in. This is beauty all around us. Beauty that can only be seen with open eyes. See the world. It's incredibly beautiful. Sometimes it's hard to see beauty. All we see is in imperfection. This world that we live in. This is beauty all around us. Beauty that can only be seen with open eyes. Beauty that can only be seen
Jikalau ku melihat gunung laut membiru, kulihat indah wajahnya Indonesiaku. Jikalau ku mendengar burung-burung bernyanyi, ku dengar merdu suaranya Indonesiaku. Kulihat sinar matanya menyinari cakrawala, menguning hijau alamnya, mewarnai bumi Indonesiaku. Jikalau ku melihat gunung laut membiru, kulihat indah wajahnya Indonesiaku.
see the world. It's incredibly beautiful. Sometimes it's hard to see beauty. All we see is in imperfection. This world that we live in. This is beauty all around us. Beauty that can only be seen with open eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the parallel session. Now we are in the closing session, and I will invite the chairman of the second IUCA to come to the stage to report the event today. To Dr. Nurmilia Sari, please welcome.
Thank you very much, Syafa. So, on behalf of the committee, we are welcome you all to the main room of the second IUCA 2022. and would like to say thank you very much for participation and great discussion, beautiful friendship during the parallel sessions, and we are sorry for any inconvenience during the seminar. And we have come to an end of this seminar, and we have done an assessment to all of you, to all of the participants. Shortly, we will announce the best presenters. So be patient. We will give a great announcement to all of the participants. I believe that many of you have done your very best, and I am now with the result of the assessment. It's been very hard to determine the best speakers because all universities have sent their best students to join the second IUCA 2022. We will announce each of the parallel session or each of the parallel topic from room number 1 to room number 7. Okay, I will start with room number 7, Animal Science and Fisheries. The best presenter for Animal Science and Fisheries, room number 1, goes to Sarina Semai from Princess of Naradhiwas University. Congratulations, Sarina Semai. The second best from room number 1, Animal Science and Fisheries, goes to Selintaria Pardede from University of Bengkulu, Indonesia. And we have number 3 in Animal Science and Fisheries room. Congratulations to Kudratullah Azizul Putra from University of Bengkulu, Indonesia. Wow, congratulations for those who has given the very best of them, giving the best presentations today. And we will continue to room number 2 in the same topic, Animal Science and Fisheries. It seems that the second IUCA received many participants from Animal Science and Fisheries. We have the best presenter for room number 2 from Yala Rajabhat University, Kagi Beusa. Congratulations. And the second place was Kadai Loding from Yala Rajabhat University, Thailand. Okay. The third best from Animal Science and Fisheries room 2 goes to Nifarisa Cialo from Princess of Naradhiwas University. Congratulations. The 3 positions were taken by our friends from Thailand. Congratulations. And room number 3, we still have more best speakers here. Room number 3, soil science and life sciences. In the first position, congratulations to Reti Noviani from University of Bengkulu. The second place, the best presenter, the second place goes to Yena Harmelayati, University of Bengkulu. And the last best presenter for room number 3, soil science and life sciences, goes to Rejeki Siti Vernia Syahida Charissa Nabila from University of Diponegoro. Congratulations. Okay, we shall continue to room number 4, food science and technology. The first position, the best presenters for food science and technology goes to Siti Nurul Huda from University Malaysia, Kelantan. Congratulations. We would love to congratulate Khalifatun Istiqomah from University of Nahdlatul Ulama Purwokerto, Indonesia. You did a great job and get the second position in food science and technology parallel session. Finally, from room number 4, we have Suryana Mideng from University. It is the one from Thailand. Congratulations. Okay, we still have 3 more rooms to announce. In room number 5, plant science and plant protection, we welcome the best presenter, Muhammad Irfan from Malaysia. And the second place is Nurmala Sari from University of Pajajaran, West Java, Indonesia. Number 3 for plant science and plant protection. From room number 5, we congratulate Ches Sulaida from Princess Naradhiwas University. Room number 6, Socio-economics of agriculture. The best presenter goes to Arma Putra from University of Bengkulu. Congratulations for the second place, Alvira Dewi Arborea from University of Bengkulu. And in the third position, we have Desi Aryani from University of Bengkulu. Congratulations. In room number 7, the first position, the second IUCA 2022, best presenter is Barkah Yanuar Damardani from University of Bengkulu. the second place. Congratulations to Syafa Aisyah Putri, Marine Science Program Study, University of Bengkulu. And in the third position, we have congratulations for a great job to Winda Nur Anissa, Department of Forestry, University of Bengkulu. We are very happy to have your participation. I believe that those who are not mentioned today are the best in their field. So we welcome you again to the third IUCA 2023, and we invite more students to join us to present their job, their project, to announce to the world what students can do in their academic life. So by saying Alhamdulillahirabbil Alamin, I'd like to end this, the second IUCA 2022. I wish you all the best. I believe that all the students around the world can create good activities, can be an agent of change, can be great people in the future. That is all the announcement and the IUCA 2022. Thank you very much. See you in the third IUCA 2023. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.